And maybe just a little bit of awkwardness for Rebecca. We apologise for the technical difficulties, though she has worn one. And it looked inadvertent, though incredibly nasty. Went to close down the shot and really wore it flush. She seems okay to continue. Danielle Bradley for a moment was getting ready. Rebecca Yee seems to be all right, and Aku have got themselves a corner to defend in the meantime. Carlton Heart, who have been on the back foot in the early patch of this game, now looking themselves to go and get ahead. Ramaniaka's take, set it back for Juong, who whipped it wide of the far post, and Reese Interisi was expecting a runner which never arrived. First real look for Hart this evening. Aku have really caused the issue from the off. As Yamashita's looking to continue doing such. Shimizu got away from Juong. Ao was looking to work in tight quarters. Shimizu picked it off. Juong stayed close. Vonya then went to Ao, who took a loose touch. Ticking towards 6 minutes without a breakthrough. Neither of these two been able to land a telling blow on one another thus far tonight. As Jess out. Moved it on for Mergianos, out the other way for Yamashita. Vonya went to go and press. Ao away from Piers Barlow. Yamashita with suave footwork. And Mergianos centrally, she went alone and steered it wide of the post. A plethora, though, of early opportunities. Duff reinstated. Shimizu takes leave. And Duff immediately there to press Ramaniaka, who had no way out. Yamashita. Now Jess out. Waited on Mergianos just to peel away. Yamashita, that's a tidy ball and a well-made run by Duff. Ramaniaka just waiting up. Yamashita measured. Ao was surrounded by white. Miko Yamashita once more. Aku just edging closer and closer. Hearts have continued to drop deep throughout the early passage of this game and given up quite a lot of territory. Duff went the return. Piers Barlow was alert to it. Went to flick round the corner for Ramaniaka. Just wasn't able to keep it alive or take enough off it. Mergianos went back for out. She went with height. Mergianos made it work. Got away from Juong. Yamashita. Mergianos had the avenue further forward momentarily closed off. Very patient start from Aku, waiting for their opening. Lovely drop from Duff. On for Jess Ao, who gave it a poke, and Piers Barlow was there to block not once but twice. So that first bit of intricacy causing a bit of a Carlton Heart headache. Melbourne Aku have got a corner. Steered 4 out. Who just tiptoed terrifically away from Vonya and steered her effort over the bar. So the warning signs are there. Hearts have been willing to step off far too often so far in this first half. Hours found a lot of joy. As Yamashita gets in ahead of Bowen. Juong now. Ramaniaka got away from Duff tidily. Her and Mergianos were there in retreat. Alexia Duff got the final foot in. Bowen's take. Juong gave it a drive and drove it wide of one which would trouble Rebecca Yee. You just think back to last week for Carlton Heart. You think about that defeat against Hume, all the opportunities they squandered. Hit the post on a number of occasions, rattled the bar a couple more times too. Only able to find 2 breakthroughs. Aku showed an edge of clinicality and were moments really from finding something troubling about the title race. Juong Found Pearce-Barlow. She was pressed by out. Australian international hot on the heels of Anna Pearce-Barlow and nearly picked her pocket. Shimizu took over the loose touch and Olsen got down smartly at the near post. Hart nearly, oh so nearly, gave Aku the ultimate opening. Shimizu not far from accepting a gift. They find themselves truly up against the ropes. Teresi and co. And Juwong has stumbled, which opened the door for Duff. She went to square for Shimizu. Pearce-Barlow got a block in. Set back for Yamashita, away from Bowen. Poked it through the traffic. Olsen couldn't be too certain at the expense of a corner. Deadlock yet to be broken. Though Melbourne Aku continuing to ask many a question. Ow's drive this time, Olsen denied. Fell fortunately for Juwong. Bowen went to steer it for Pearce-Barlow, and Rebecca Yee was there to quickly gather and roll on for Shimizu. Jessau on the lunge kept it alive, away from Pearce-Barlow, though not Ramaniaka, who came rolling through. Clara Ramaniaka unable to battle further forward. Bowen got a flick. Ramaniaka tried to steer it back. Ow's boot in. Shimizu, Yamashita. Now Jessau once more. Very patient, very measured start for Melbourne Aku. Mergianos awaiting reintroduction. Given away to Bowen though, who is on the march. Shimizu couldn't stop her. Bowen kept going. Yamashita's clearance. Duff couldn't make it stick. Pearce-Barlow got in the way. Not once, but twice to deny Yamashita as well. Bowen on the lunge, unable to keep things ticking over.
I'm going to try work on something for the second game, maybe a ladder or something that you used to talk about. If we get it done.
Yamashita. Worth mentioning, it is a massive night here tonight. Could be the kickstart of a new era. We could have a new champion come evening's end, or we could be going on a race to the final day. Those are the two offerings, the only two avenues for which we can walk down. Come evening's end as Olsen to fling it long for Bowen, who once more was unable to get it under. A bit of a topsy-turvy first season in the Carlton Hart Senior setup. Lucinda Bowen has been quite the revelation, especially those opening weeks. Hit the ground running and then some. Since has played an integral part. Found goals a little bit trickier to come by, but Lucinda Teresi knows a player with immense upside and who certainly has staked her claim for the future at Carlton Hart. As Yamashita has a quick stint come to an end. Mergianos reinstated. Joe Akon's made his way onto the touchline too. Rather hooded looking Aku assistant. As Al got it back from Mergianos. Battling with Pearce-Barlow. So back for Annabelle Mergianos once more. Now Duff. Alexia Duff away from Ramaniaka with brute force. Mergianos unable to keep it alive. Bowen just warded her away from it. Hart will just be looking a little bit menacingly at the league table this evening. Point currently does them a small favour, but nothing further. Sets them 6 clear of Hume, 2 clear of 1-0. They are the closer tonight, so Hart know one or both will be dropping points. They know this is the way in which to capitalise. One of 3 sides that have conceded a century of goals this season, recent Teresi and co. They have scored more than the 2 below them, only 5 off Aku. As Duff steered it on for Shimizu, went the return for Duff, and Bowen was just a little bit too firm in warding off Alexia Duff's foray forward. First free kick of the evening. Aku have got themselves an opportunity. Jessau's free kick. Thumped menacingly. And Olsen got down. Made a smart save. Shimizu was lurking at the back post. Did well not to push it into danger, Emma Olsen. This set for Mergianos. Bowens there to block this time. Beyond the halfway stage of the first half, no way through for either. As Ao got it back from Duff on cue. Jesau steers Aku ahead. A goal richly deserved. And finally, momentum has made its way through. Ao and Aku had many a look in the opening 10 minutes. They finally made one count. And it is the reigning champions who lead things on Friday's early kickoff. Smartly taken finish, though Piers Barlow is in behind and has bruised the outside frame. Quick fire, couple of flash points. Aku went ahead, Hart were oh so close to an equaliser. As Bowens read this time. Steered it on for Piers Barlow, who once more was in behind, though a touch let her down on this occasion. Another really well taken finish, Jesau. MVP in seasons gone by. At a smartly taken goal. As Duff lost out in the battle with Juwong. Piers Barlow poked it round the corner. Juwong made it work. Alexia Duff smartly read in retreat and then gave it away for Piers Barlow, who was met by Mergianos. Juwong now. No way beyond Duff. And was unable to steer it out the other way for Vonia too. And that will be the final bit of action for that stint. Alexia Duff takes the plaudits from the Aku bench. They have got the goal that they so desperately sought. Jesau currently the difference. And steered it on this time for Mergianos, and Juwong was there to deny. Mergianos in a hurry. Shimizu away from Juwong and steered it agonisingly wide. A couple of shots for a corner waved away. Shimizu, another player they've sorely missed in weeks gone by. Have Kiwimu, Joe Akon and co. Good to have back in the lineup this evening. Always a goal threat. Player of real engine, of real industry. And has come up big when required many a time this season. Here is Shimizu once more. Looked to flick it round the corner for out. Wasn't able to get beyond Vonia. Mergianos. Yamashita. Shimizu. Step back for Mergianos once more. Moved on for Jessica out. Steered for Yamashita. Considering what a night we have ahead of us, this is a rather gentle start in this first half. Aku have showcased coolness, composure, control. Hearts have had a bit of work to do, a bit of legwork to make up. Yamashita went searching. Bowens ricochet, Shimizu, Mergianos was on her own. Just couldn't take it under. Flung on by Olsen, cut out by Yamashita. Mergianos, Shimizu. Jesau, gorgeous ball. Yamashita stole in at the near post, though Piers Barlow benefited from a loose touch and was able to clear. Ow, gorgeous 1-2. Back for Jesau. Deflection took it wide. Though her and Yamashita are starting to take control of this game. Aku pressing for a second. Yamashita. Mergianos at the back post. Unable to keep it down. Left completely unmarked. And Annabelle Mergianos could only steer it over. Kiwimu giving Alexia Duff instruction. He must be best pleased with what he's seen in this half so far. They only have one goal to show from it, but it has been one of the entire violet vibrance.
You can tell she looks alright, but she looks alright. Yeah, obviously you can work with it better.
Vonya, Piers Barlow. Haramergianos entangled momentarily. Piers Barlow was able to wriggle free. Dropped it off for Juwon. Now Bowen, who was met by Au and out of pocket picked. Jasau is on the march. Got away from Bowen momentarily. Juwon got a boot in. Yamashita, Mergianos. Forced back by Piers Barlow. Shimizu. Stayed down the line for Au. The return was one which Olsen read tidily and came through to clear. Bowen for Ramaniaka. Hart may be thinking about a timeout at some point soon. Aku yet to issue one. Gone deep into this first half without any intervention. Gorgeous ball by Yamashita, and now had her effort denied. Shimizu at the back post was there while Juwon was unable to clear. Reece Intarisi wants timeouts. Hearts are on the ropes. Yamashita. Mergianos. Away from Piers Barlow. Set off for Jasau. Yamashita. Out. Shimizu not steered round the corner. Juwon unable to keep it away though. Shimizu on the charge. Yamashita was lurking too and steered it over the bar. And Hearts will only just get to timeout unscathed. It took Aku 10 to break down, though Jasau, as is so often the case, the difference. As we get a timeout, it's Carlton Heart 0, Melbourne Aku 1.
Nadia for Scalzo. Gisela Pepino.
Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outside perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been.
As we return from timeouts for the first time this evening here in Darebin, both managers happy to let things flow in this first half. Jasau just beyond the halfway stage, the difference for Melbourne Aku, who lead this game by a goal to nil. Heart have been penned in, haven't been able to create too many opportunities outside of a couple of Anna Piers Barlow flashes. It's been a half where Aku have showcased a lot of control, quite a bit of incision, a lot of what has been key to 3 titles in a row, well and truly at the forefront. That's a lovely searching ball, well read by Piers Barlow. Ramaniaka now, gorgeous footwork away from Duff. Ramaniaka beyond Mergianos too, steered it on for Bowen, who had her effort blocked by Au in the nick of time. Mergianos wanted to lead the break, Juwon was quickly to it. Jasau then went and won it, was surrounded by 3 in Carlton Heart White and tiptoed beyond all 4 of them. Duff then that time unable to get further beyond Juwon. Five on the dot to the break in Darebin. First half that has been an appetizer more than anything, as Mergianos via a ricochet back from Yamashita, just wide of the near post. Can start to see already a few filter in for the second fixture of the evening. One where, well and truly, the title could come to its conclusion tonight. The great race could be run. That's all to come up next. This very much an eye-opening start. Heart have defended diligently. Aku have had this set up majority of this first half thus far, as Duff once more on the switch for Jessica out. Poked on for Yamashita. Juwon got a foot in. And it just took the final flick off Aku's number 8. As Bowen unable to steer it favourably further forward. Duff rekindled it and went driving. Got it back via a ricochet. Alexia Duff to have a go. The deflection from Piers Barlow took the sting out of it for Olsen to gather. And she's quick to release Ramaniaka. Bowen was blazing. The ball was the wrong side of her run. And this, a half where Hearts have not really been able to showcase too much. And kept well and truly on their laurels. Defensively have been pending. Aku have been happy to go and take control of this game. There's a real confidence and a real flow back around what QEMU side have been doing in recent weeks. Made their move a month ago to go and truly claim any sort of top 3 supremacy. That was confirmed for them last week. There's Yamashita, rolled it in for Kenny. Able to get away from Bowen, who couldn't steer it further forward for Hart. Split the 2 Hart runners who were venturing forward. There's Jessica out. Threaded for Duff, dropped off for Kenny. Juwon wanted to get a boot in time. Bowen let out tiptoe around the back. Kenny on the follow-in, denied by Olsen. Well, was hit with fire and force and well held in the end. Ramaniaka now. No way beyond Kenny.
We're going to run really a deep highlight.
Juwon steered it down the line for Bowen, who dropped off ahead of Al. Lucinda Bowen battling and ran out of room. Only just. Has take for Yamashita. She'll have a drive from range. Juwon was there to intervene. And now Ramaniaka unable to thread it further down the line to any sort of Carlton Hart fortune. As Al Shimizu. Jessica Al once more, very patient Aku approach, nodded away by Juwon. Teasing ball into the area. Duff on the ricochet, and belatedly a free kick. Jessal's free kick, Aku searching a second that they would so richly deserve before half-time. It is Al's take, set for Shimizu at the near post! They do have their double! Brilliantly taken, speared beyond Olsen. And Aku, who have had the half on their terms, are finally making good on that movement. Left alone once more. That back post has been unmarked several occasions now, and they're on the charge for a third. Duff's ball for Kenny, just a fraction too much on it. Millimetres from a third in a trice. Juwon for Piers Barlow. Hearts have hardly had a look in this half. Vonya pressed by out. Stephonia under immense pressure. Jess out. Just not letting her venture further forward. It's been a half of that for Carlton Hart so far this evening. Now Piers Barlow. Unable to recover. Melbourne Aku corner. That is the pressure telling. Kenny's take. Jessal the recipient, away from Ramaniaka. Juwon got a block in. Kenny kept it alive with a smashing touch. And Piers Barlow was back on the line at the back stick to cut out and clear. Tick under 2 to half time. Schmitzu's take for out. Duff, Kenny. It's cleverly dropped off. Alexia Duff once more on the switch for Shimizu. Oh, gorgeous turn from Al to get away from Vonya. Jessal poked it provocatively and problematically. Shimizu picked up on it. Piers Barlow was unable to clear. And eventually Vonya came through. Shimizu. Kenny is there, maybe one more before the break for Aku. Half the deficit. Ramaniaka no way forward. Lovely move from Al, who is in behind. She's at the double. And Aku with 3 are halfway to 3 points of their own. Threaded. Awkwardly got between two. Turned them both terrifically. With a smooth swivel. And Jessal's back to brace before the break. And Aku, who have had all the futsal played this half, are starting to make a show of it. Themselves a corner. Taken quickly for out. We've hit the final minute to half time in Darabin. Kenny couldn't get away from Juwon. Ramaniaka was forced to clear. There was no option further forward. Duff's take. Shimizu on the swivel. Olsen got down at the near post this time. Just haven't been able to prevent Ao and Shimizu, who have been devastating in this first half. Ball from Juwon, threaded for Piers Barlow. Hearts have hardly been able to get up the court. Duff with a tidy drop. Kenny and now sorted it out. Jessal's chasing a first half hat-trick. Shimizu on for Duff. Threaded for Kenny. And way beyond Juwon. Set searchingly for Duff at the back stick. Wasn't able to make any contact on it. Ramaniaka set it back for Juwon. Steered it no further than Duff. On for Kenny, who was on her own. Denied by Olsen. Cleared only as far as Shimizu. Kenny. Jessal will be beaten by the whistle for a first half hat-trick, though Aku will not mind one bit. What a half from Kiwi Mujo, Akon and co. They were in complete control and are in complete control. Half-time in the early kick-off in Darabin. It's Carlton Heart 0, Melbourne Aku 3.
6-7 months, and we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top 3, sitting top 3 at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nando came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nando signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, like how much we've improved as a club.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. been unbelievable as a president, as he got obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of thing. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we?
I would say Layla Abdul-Latif.
I think Amanda Araha from Fitzroy.
Claudia Fuscalzo.
Oh, I'll be biased. Reed Jacobs, because she doesn't even know what she's got to do before she does it, let alone us. But then from across the league, Alexis from Fitzroy. She's too good. And Karina's alright.
Let me actually think. Fitzroy's white kid.
Which team has the best kid in the league?
Biased opinion, but also Fitzroy.
That's easy, it's us. I'm sorry, it's us.
Another question, Melbourne AKU.
Liz Air.
I think that one will have to be Layla Abdul-Latif. She would definitely win every time.
Ooh. Layla Abdul-Latif. Baller.
If I was a girl, probably not Layla.
The most clutch player in the competition is definitely Claudia Fuscalzo. She is number one for sure. Sarah Easthope. I'm going to say Amanda Aroha.
I think this player gets underrated a lot, but Rebecca Davis.
Claudia Fuscalzo.
And so we return from the break here in Darebin for both of these sides. What is the penultimate time in Season 1 for 2026? The season, it's nearing its conclusion. Things are just starting to warm up on what is a brisk night in Darebin. Shamitsu's in behind early. Chuang and Olsen in tangent denied. How about this for a follower? There's quite an atmosphere building in this place. Victoria Lions 1 point ahead of Fitzroy in the table. They meet each other next up to determine who very well may go on and win this league. It's been a race for the ages. It's nearing its final steps. It's nearing its final laps. We're down the main straight soon enough. We'll only have one to play at the end of this evening. Avoid defeat for Fitzroy. It goes to that final day. Whether they are top or not depends on if they win or not. For Victoria Lions, the equation is simple. 3 points and they are champions in their first season, which would be an astonishing achievement in and of itself. Right here, right now, Aku are getting it done quite comfortably against the Carlton Heart side, who they've been able to pen in for majority of the first half. Only one available in substitution for Reece Interisi and co. That could be quite telling come evening's end. A few more available on that Melbourne Aku bench. Jessal currently taking a breather. Danielle Bradley, a half-time change between the sticks. Annabelle Mergianos just trying to take a few more yards than she's afforded. Then gets it back from Duff. Ramaniaka was there just to keep the door closed for the time being. Yamashita, Shimizu, good read from Piers Barlow. Now Juong. Clara Ramaniaka. Mergianos making life difficult for her, and Shimizu will benefit. Went to steer it in return for Mergianos. On the overlap was Yamashita, who drove menacingly. Olsen was sprawled, though did not need to intervene in the end. As Ramaniaka went searching, though had nobody darting further forward. You do just mention for Carlton, it's been quite the recovery without a win in a month and a half. Essentially, have picked up 15 points from 12 games in the time that had elapsed since. Not an awful return for Reece Interisi's side. You've seen the emergence of quite a lot of younger players. Ramaniaka, Bowen too, certainly, that have featured heavily. Aku this evening are without a few of their younger players too. No Sienna Formica in the lineup, who's been a frequent fixture this season. Both looking to the future. Aku know their era has passed. Though the one to follow it, well, the shades and the ribbons will be blue and gold. You just wonder which shade. And that is to be determined next up. Shimizu in the meantime, not away from Juong. Set it back for Yamashita, who was looking to tiptoe her way forward. Mergianos. Patient Yamashita made a tidy run. Set back for Shimizu, who went the improvised finish. Just tried to clip it into the corner. And clipped it wide of the post. Olsen has released Bowen at the other end. Yamashita in retreat, got in ahead of both her then Piers Barlow. All the Victoria Lions players in the building. All the Fitzroy's Tigers have rolled in. Adam Palombi's in the building as well, doing some pre-match promo, a few interviews, setting the scene for a night which needs no introduction. He will be joining us next up for the decider of all deciders. Yamashita now. Out the other way for Alexia Duff, who just tiptoed and breezed beyond Bowen. Ramaniaka stopped her in her tracks. Duff then poked it through to Mergianos with grit. Yamashita. Jessica out. Got it out of her feet, so back for Yamashita once more. Her turn to have a look at Bowen. Miko Yamashita unable to keep it alive. Steph Vonia getting readied. Reece Interisi happy to tap into his bench for the first time this second half. A night that so far for Carlton Heart has been a bit of a tall order. There is still plentiful time to change that. Given away though by Ramaniaka, Juong's flick. Unfortunately for Ramaniaka, though she was met by Duff. Mergianos now on the overlap was Yamashita, and Olsen was there to deny just as she went to clip it beyond. Yamashita's corner set for out. Yamashita, gorgeous return for out, who is still chasing a hat-trick. Olsen's denial. Mergianos to begin take two. Yamashita afforded a lot of room, and Miko Yamashita dragged her effort wide. Though they are continuing to fly through this half. Heart have really been unable to match them up until this point. Ramaniaka did well, though ran herself into a violet cul-de-sac and then out of room. There's Jessau on for Yamashita. Vonya went to go and press. Now is sizing up Piers Barlow. Mergianos. Yamashita out the other way for Duff. Patient from Aku. Al dropped off. Piers Barlow got a foot in. Yamashita's there once again to mop it up. Gorgeous ball from Mergianos for Duff. Well denied by Olsen. Piers Barlow first there. Juwong for Vonya, who couldn't get it out of her feet. Yamashita then went and won it. Duff and Al looked to link up. Juwong and Vonya put a stop to that and then worked their way out of trouble rather tidily. What a smashing ball that is from Annabelle Mergianos. Duff denied by a good save from Olsen in the end. Mergianos again with the cutouts. Ramaniaka this time in retreat, and those two worked together on quite the collision. There's Jess out. There's Barlow. Struck an arm while trying to take it down. Jessau's free kick. Yamashita. Juwong was still dropping off. Shimizu kept it rolling. Al once more. Mergianos. Shimizu. Yamashita, challenged by Vonya. Look ahead to who's to follow on the final day of the season for both of these two respective clubs. Aku with the early kick-off against 1-0. They get to close their season. They get to be one of the first two to do so as Jess out from range. Forces a good save out of Olsen. Darted across to the near post and poured it wide for a corner. Corner taken for out. Yamashita. Jessica out. Jessau had a look from range and again just couldn't keep her effort down. And whereas for Carlton Heart, well, they closed their season in the Late Late Show against Victoria Lions. That will be the follow-up, 9:05 next Friday night. If this evening goes one way, Victoria Lions will either know that they will not be champions or will have this to be the game to make them champions if they don't do so this evening. What a night we have ahead of us. What a night this will be. And in the first act, in the encore, Aku are doing their part. Flung long for Yamashita's flick. And Olsen was watchful all the way and improvised to make a tidy save and speared it on for Piers Barlow. Cut out by Shimizu, who went with heights for Mergianos. Juwong then came across. Olsen prevents the corner. She went quickly for Vonya. Had far too much height on it. Danielle Bradley quickly to sweep across. Kenny coming back on for Kyrimu and Aku, and immediately looking to be found. Olsen read it early. Vonya. Ramaniaka unable to roll it more fortunately into the channel. Lucinda Bowen will be reinstated. Al dropped it off for Yamashita. Much more measured Melbourne Aku approach so far tonight. Al for Kearney, who threaded it back for Jess out. She went to steer it fortuitously. Olsen. Everybody switched off as they thought she was just going to go through and claim it. Then tried to clear. Was unable really to get any purchase on the clearance. It was a little bit skewed. Emma Olsen had her blushes spared. It could have proven to be quite a costly moment. Heart at this point in time, they have to find something if they are to make a slightly late lunge back into this game. They have made it a habit at times this season to go and gather a quick 1-2 punch. Aku had to chase last week and nearly did so. Here is Bowen, who has breezed beyond two brilliantly and forced to save out of Bradley. Carlton Hart have a corner. Cinder Bowen's take, speared only into Shimizu, who then rolled it into the path of Alexia Duff, who was not able to get there ahead of Olsen. And Olsen has stayed out. All of a sudden, Shimizu with a vacant net. Olsen's save in recovery was a wonderful one. Emma Olsen with a couple of heart-in-mouth moments for Carlton. As Piers Barlow blocks this time, and then can only clear. Similar to the first half, the second has started in relative stalemate. Still Aku's treble before the break, that is the difference. Shimizu either side of a Jessau strike, as Reece Interisi wants timeout. Corner was set for Duff. Moved on for Jessica out. Alexia Duff once again. Kenny. Wanted to drive at Juwon. Had Au on the cutback. Kenny, touch was a little heavy. And invited Juwon to get a boot in. Ramani now. Looking to roll forward. Got away from Kenny. No, not Shimizu. Duff then hustled her. Piers Barlow. Set back for Juwon. Maybe the most measured Carlton Hart have been allowed to be so far this evening. Shimizu intervened, got in and picked Piers Barlow's pocket, and they will have that timeout now. So no change to the score so far in the second half. Aku still with that first half trio, the difference. It's Hart 0, Aku 3.
Gisela Pepino.
Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outside perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
And so, first time in this second half, we return from a timeout. Reece Interisi, happy to issue one in both halves. Hearts still looking for a way back into this game. Aku have controlled it for a great portion. They have 11.53 to find 3. It would pinch a point that would keep them from just looking a little more perilously, though that's given away by Juwon. Shimizu rolled it on for Kenny, who went the return. Aku went to walk it in, and Olsen wasn't having it. They made an entire mess of that. Golden chance for a fourth. And to give this second half its first goal. Locked in stalemate for 8.5 minutes. Daniel Bradley's made one save. Emma Olsen's been the busier of the two keepers. Bradley speared it long. Jess out, unable to keep it alive. A little bit too long. There's Piers Barlow. Threaded it for Juwon. Duff was hot on her heels. Alexia Duff did brilliantly. And then nearly gave it away. Bowen in retreat, got a foot in. Shimizu. Moved it on to out. Kenny went down the line. Out got away from Vonya. Shimizu. A little bit too long for Duff. Kenny makes it work. Alexia Duff. Kenny. Piers Barlow. Stuck a foot in. And Kenny let it trickle out of play. Thought Piers Barlow got a flick on it. As Vonya then gave it away. Jessel this time won't be denied a hat-trick. Her first real look at the second half. And she accepts a bit of a Carlton Art gift. Au has a treble, Aku have 4. And Hearts are just starting to look in the mirrors at the rest of the field behind them. And Zhao once again. Duff. Jessica out. Worked it for Alexia Duff. Steered on for Kenny. Cut out by Piers Barlow. And now Bowen. And a turn for Piers Barlow, too heavy. Approaching the halfway stage of this second half. Goal to make it a hat-trick for Jessel, the difference. She's showcased that sort of form this evening. Attention will only just start to drift and shift towards the fixture that is upcoming. It is showpiece, it is centre stage for the night. In fact, it may well be showpiece centre stage for the season. Can't forget the closing show. 1-0 and Hume. Costa Frutas' side looking to get back to winning ways too. Could end the evening bottom of the table if they are not to be victorious against the Black Army, who are going themselves for back-to-back wins. Duff on for Mergianos. Away from Juwon. Piers Barlow in retreat. Jessel dropped it off. Alexia Duff was met by Piers Barlow. And a Juwon. Ramaniaka. Able to roll fully away from Yamashita. Bowen could only find touch when clearing. Mergianos. Yamashita. Al rolled it down the line for Mergianos, who momentarily went through the legs of Piers Barlow. She then recovered. Ramaniaka. Good press from Mergianos, not to let them out. Flung long by Olsen. Bowen. Yamashita and out, sorted it out in retreat. Lucinda Bowen then came across just to get a block in the way. An unorthodox gaze at the clock from Reece Interisi. Hasn't gone the way of his hard side this evening. Still looking for a way to blemish the clean sheet for both Rebecca Yee and Danielle Bradley. Both Aku keepers at the moment on course to ensure a shutout. There's Duff on the drive, didn't catch it cleanly. Piers Barlow intervened. By play, a shin pad had gone flying. Bowen, Piers Barlow. Jessel took over. And Aku could charge forward. Yamashita's up with her. Out, looked a thread for Yamashita. Split her and Mergianos. And Anna Piers Barlow is without a shin pad momentarily. That may well be a microcosm of Carlton Arts evening up until this point. Mergianos poked it on for Al. Gorgeous touch and a brilliant finish. Razor sharp from Jessau. She's got 4 and Aku have got 5. Such a smart finish. How about the touch to set it up? Open the space. And the corner was picked out with aplomb. Someone who's had appearances be patchy this season. Start 2026 has had a lot of off-the-field commitments. Quite the accredited person, Jessica out. Aku beyond delighted to have her back in what is Violet this evening. She's still, for them, the point of difference. In a season where they lost Sophie Williams, had a lot of change. Danielle Bradley, Miko Yamashita, both have missed extensive patches of the campaign. It's given the opportunity and opened up the space for a lot of young players in this Aku setup to get a healthy dose of first-team experience. You think of Alexia Duff, who started the season strongly. You think of Sienna Formica, unavailable tonight. Magro as well has played quite a fair few bit of minutes. Shimitsu's been unearthed well by Kiwi Mew and Joe Akon. Ramaniaka for Juwong, who sent it too long. Bradley with height. Shimitsu went to get up and flick, who couldn't make contact. Ramaniaka looked to spear long. Piers Barlow wanted it to feet. She went down the line. A little bit of frustration for Carlton Hart, maybe starting to show. Joe Akon with a gaze at the clock. 7.5 to the close in Darebin. Aku in cruise control. Set the tone in the first half. Strong again in the second half. It's been a week for strong second halves. And have steered teams towards 3 points. There's Piers Barlow. Again, set it back. Ramaniaka. Got it from Juwong. Down the line for Vonya. Had it cut out by Yamashita, and it benefited Mergianos. Shimitsu on the overlap. Away from Piers Barlow. Not beyond Vonya, who concedes the corner. Shimitsu's take. Set 4 out. Who is chasing a quintet. Shimitsu with whip. Wasn't whipped wickedly enough to trouble Olsen. As Juwong, Piers Barlow had gone centrally. The ball finds its way. Trickles rather out of play. You think for these sides, just under 47 minutes of stop clock futsal to remain in the first patch, in the first season of 2026. That's a good save from Olsen. It went through traffic. Was forced to get down low. Was drilled by Yamashita. Search of her first goal of the night. Now speared it for Mergianos, who took it well. Juwong's challenge a good one. Mergianos mopped up. Now Jess out. Had nothing presentable further forward, then got it back from Shimitsu. Waited on Mergianos' movement. Opened up space for Yamashita. Placed it too far away from Shimitsu. Two entirely different narratives at the start of this season. Two entirely different stories that have been told. A 3-time champion, going for 4 in a row. Haven't been able to find it, though have certainly found some of it as Mergianos steers wide of the post. Steered some of what has made them so dominant in the last 18 months. Though this season for Aku, it's not to be. You wonder how they will look to go again in season 2 of 2026. And well, for Carlton Heart, their season really kick-started in March rather than February. Well, without victory until the midpoint of March. Since then, have picked up wins here and there, have sought out the next generation. Brought Emma Olsen into the fray. Gave a debut for Lucinda Bowen when she announced herself. There's Piers Barlow on the drive. Bradley unbothered. Oh, with all of the movement they have made, it's again been a season that's been a little bit sordid. Had a few come down from interstate. Both DeMarco's made the journey for Reese into Reese and co. How long ago that feels now. As Yamashita hits the post. Aku not quite done yet. Wanting firmly to keep the party rolling. On a night where they will pick up what for them is 3 inconsequential points, but for Carlton Heart they lose 3 precious ones. As that battle for the top 4 really, really gathers its momentum and its force. There's Shimizu, Yamashita, return for Shimizu, and also made a smart save. Maybe at some personal cost. Ramaniaka met by a purple haze and had to concede play. And there will just be a quick check on Emma Olsen, who saved smartly, though certainly wore one. Just over 5 to the close in Darabin for the opening edition of a seismic Friday. As Shimizu's on the drive, also made the save. Flung it on for Bowen. Can Hart go and take something with them? That more is the question at this point in time. Yamashita looked to thread it for Al Olsen. Always alert, always on hand. Long for Bowen, who's a touch a little loose. We tick seconds and seconds and seconds closer to the ultimate show. There's been quite a buzz around this league this week. Fitzroy and Victoria Lions, who have written and stolen the headlines all season, will get to do so once more for when they meet each other in the decider. That is up next. Title truly on the line. That's been built up over not just the last week, been built up over the last 4 months as Jewong is left unmarked from the corner. Bradley's there to claim. Yamashita now. Piers Barlow in retreat. Yamashita evaded and won a free kick. And QEMU Joakon want timeout. 4 to the close. It's Carlton Heart 0, Melbourne Aku 5.
Nando came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nando signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, how much we've improved as a club.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he goes obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. you want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring
Closing stage of Friday's first instalment. One eye is turned to what will follow, though we can't give our full attention just yet. Aku 5 up with a free kick. Mergianos drilled it, and Olsen was there to gather. And speared it for Bowen, who couldn't get it under. It's been a testing night for Lucinda Bowen and for Carlton Hearts, in truth. Never really able to get going. Aku might want one more with them. Hearts seeing if they can chip some goal difference away. It's gorgeous from out. Lovely footwork and a searching ball for Mergianos, who just couldn't quite get there. But she has been the controller from start to finish. Conductor. Jessau has played her bits in full. Not quite the evening's protagonist at the start, though she has made herself the head of the storyline. Carlton Hearts, can they at least take something to smile about with them? Pisbala dropped back for Juwon, who again could not find Bowen up the line. Only one game to go beyond this. Both will want to end the season as positively as possible. As Vonya and Duff battled. Bowen won it, now Piers Barlow. Went to steer it down the line. Jessica out, intervened. And steered it delightfully for Duff, who had two on arrival hours. One of them, Bowen bundled into her. Aku had a shout for a penalty that was waved away. Joe Akon wants VAR. Aku assistant manager. Maybe wanting to have a chat to our third official, Ben Howe. Duff in the meantime. Yamashita threaded brilliantly for Mergianos, and Olsen was quick to gather the loose touch. Fling cut out by out. Alexia Duff once more. Look to go beyond Vonya. A shout for an Aku free kick. Waved away. For Alexia Duff, a little bit of an uncomfy landing. And Hart was set up. Carlton Hart was set up to defend a free kick, which is quite something. There were shouts that were turned down by Michael Ciaris on the far side. Aku thought they had a claim. He thought otherwise. As Juwon looked to steer it down the line, Bowen was encompassed by two. Ramaniaka. Duff again proving difficult to go beyond. Juwon away from out, though eventually away from Duff too. Juwon twisting and turning and darting away beyond a pair. Pisbala got in behind, and Bradley, unbeknownst to her, saw it get a flick off the shoulder and out for a corner. .212 to find something to smile about for Carlton Hart. Set for Piers Barlow, who dragged it. Yamashita cleared. Mergianos' flick on, only benefited Anna Piers Barlow. Bowen. Ramaniaka. Duff went to go and press. Piers Barlow, Ramaniaka. Unable to evade Duff. Bowen kept it alive. And then ran out of room when trying to go further forward. all the focus about to be turned to what is to come. Have Adam Palombi in the commentary box as well. The middle show is something special. Now in the meantime, tiptoeing forward, Bowen with the challenge in, but Aku have got 3 points picked up. Signed, sealed, delivered. Here's Barlow on the strike. Bradley happy to parry for a corner. Can they at least blemish the clean sheet? "79 seconds for Hart to see if they can grab something to smile about, or if Aku are imperiously to see it through. Ramaniaka's corner. Piers Barlow was arriving. Are now entangled. Jessau came away with it. And Aku are streaming forward. Duff has come and joined her. Murgianos at the back post. One into another in a flash. And Aku hit Hart for 6 rather devastatingly on the break. It was simple, swift, seamless. Six of their very, very finest. This is how Aku, even with 1 to go, are in a way to bid bon voyage to the season. They're doing so in really, really good touch. That's a good take from out. Murgianos, Piers Barlow. And with a little coming together. Duff dropped it off. Murgianos, as we're into the final minute. They may want to go for 7. Yamashita. Out once again. Annabelle Murgianos. Down the line for Duff. Too long for out. Bradley can go and get it. Yamashita. And so, the reigning champions, potentially 2 hours, potentially a fortnight from their crown falling away, will at least give us a reminder of what they can do and why maybe looking forward to next season they could be in the mix themselves once again. Late Jessau corner. Is there one more for them? Duff on the drive! Thunders it through the lot. And that is the way to round it out. A special 7th. Speared. Olsen unable to get down. It was hit with that much firmness, that much force. Danielle Bradley will get a clean sheet too, and Aku penultimately will get a win. Hart will keep an eye towards the closer and the bottom of the table, but when we come back, we have got something special awaiting all of us. Full time though in the early game. Carlton Hart 0, Melbourne Aku 7.
To the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we?
I would say Layla Abdul-Tif.
I think Amanda Araha from Fitzroy.
Claudia Fuscazo.
Oh, I'll be biased. Reed Jacobs, because she doesn't even know what she's got to do before she does it, let alone us. But then from across the league, Alexis from Fitzroy, she's too good. And Karina's alright.
Let me actually think. Fitzroy's white kit.
Which team has the best kid in the league?
Biased opinion, but also Fitzroy.
That's easy, it's us. I'm sorry, it's us.
Not a question, Melbourne AKU.
Liz Air.
I think that one will have to be Layla Abdulatif. She would definitely win every time.
Ooh. Layla Abdulatif, baller.
If I was a girl, probably not Layla.
The most clutch player in the competition is definitely Claudia Friscalzo. She is number one for sure. Sarah Easthope.
I'm going to say Amanda Aroha.
I think this player gets underrated a lot, but Rebecca Davis.
Claudia Friscalzo. Gisela Pepino.
Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outside perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nando came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nando signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, like how much we've improved as a club. Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it. When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he goes obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of thing. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we?
I would say Layla Abdul-Latif.
I think Amanda Araha from Fitzroy.
Claudia Fuscalzo.
Oh, I'll be biased. Ree Jacobs, because she doesn't even know what she's got to do before she does it, let alone us. But then from across the league, Alexis from Fitzroy, she's too good. And Karina's alright.
Let me actually think. Fitzroy's white kit.
Which team has the best kid in the league?
Biased opinion, but also Fitzroy.
That's easy, it's us. I'm sorry, it's us.
Not a question, Melbourne AKU.
Liz Air.
I think that one will have to be Layla Abdul-Latif. She would definitely win every time.
Ooh. Layla Abdul-Latif. Baller.
If I was a girl, probably not Layla.
The most clutch player in the competition is definitely Claudia Fuscalzo. She is number one for sure.
Sarah Easthope. I'm going to say Amanda Aroha.
I think this player gets underrated a lot, but Rebecca Davis.
Claudia Fuscalzo. Gisela Pepino.
Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation.
It all comes down to this. In the Series Futsal Victoria Premiership Women's Competition, the first of 2026. It's the Vic Lions and the Fitzroy Tigers. The equation is simple. If the Lions are to win, they are champions. They'll lift the trophy tonight. If Fitzroy get the 3 points, they take the title decider to the final day of the season and lead the ladder premiership race by a point. We caught up with both sets of playing groups prior to kick-off to see what they had to say about tonight's grand match. Nomes Langham, you've been kind enough to join us in the pre-match for your big title starter tonight. How are you feeling ahead of what could be a monumental night for the Vic Lions?
I'm pretty excited, very anxious, but yeah, excited. I think we can get the job done, or I hope we can get the job done. It's been a big season. Obviously, every match against Fitzroy is like a grand final, so yeah, I'm excited. Excitedly anxious. How's that?
It won't keep you too long considering your team has preparations to get underway with, but what would it mean to you tonight to lift the trophy?
Look, I think it would be a good finish to a very big season. That's what I think.
Well, we wish you all the best tonight. Good luck and go well.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Dama Georgie, what does tonight mean from a Fitzroy perspective if they were to win the title?
It's massive. It's been a while since we've won the title, and we've been working really, really hard with training each week, and with how the season's been going, we've been doing really well. So it'd mean a lot to us, the girls, the club, everything, everyone.
And in terms of the Vic Lions, how do you rank them as an opponent? They've been quite formidable this season. It comes down to tonight. How does that play into the grand fixture which awaits us?
Well, obviously they're a fantastic side. They've got some really big names, and you can't fault them, obviously. But we go into every game with the same mindset that we play our game, and no team is better than any other team. I think teams make a big game out of us, and every other team is just another game for us.
Live and free on WeFroth and the Series Futsal Victoria YouTube channel. Tune in from 7:40. Ethan Rigg on the call. Be sure to tune in to what will be a game to be remembered between the Victoria Lions and Fitzroy Tigers.
And so the time is nigh. Beautifully set by Adam Palombi. Beautifully said. A beautiful way to gather the buzz around Darebin this evening, for this is the final chapter of what has been quite the title tussle. One for the ages, and one that may well truly be era-defining. Both of them have relayed the road. They've replayed the standards. They've blown up the blueprints of what we thought could be done here in Darebin. Two teams who are looking to go right down the line with one another for one final time this season. Victoria Lions lead the head-to-head 2-1 against Fitzroy. They beat them last time 6-2 to recover the top of the table, though this is something that, if they are to be victorious tonight, is the culmination of a journey they started last October when this project got off the ground. A point ahead at the top of the table against the Fitzroy side, who are gunning for a first title in 5 seasons. Their 5th overall, and it's something for them. They have been so close for so long, and yet still not got themselves over the line. They have to win tonight to keep that dream alive. Lose, and although it goes to the final day, if it's a draw in fact, they will not have their destiny in their hands. My name's Ethan Rigg, and I'm joined on commentary from a man who's had quite the busy night so far in Adam Palombi. Adam, what a night we've already had here in Darebin.
Clash of the Titans. It's simple, it's effective, and the situation is this. The Lions can win the title tonight. The Tigers can take it to the final day of the season. The stars have aligned here in Darebin, and we have a lot of talent on court here.
Absolute blockbuster. Given an understatement, something which has been built up in the week, really has been built up since February when these two got going, and the narrative paved itself. We have a few lineups this evening. Adam, why don't you take them through us? It's been quite an emphatic season for both of these teams, really.
Beth Mason-Jones starts in between the sticks for Fitzroy. Frescalzo, the captain, has possession. Looking for out of Dina Frescalzo. Was Claudia the captain. Abdul Latif has the armband on, and McClure rounds out the lineup for Jimmy Soufis' side. A heavy bench for them, with a major name being that of Rihanna Policina. No need for an introduction. A stalwart across the Ninja A-Leagues.
Well, for Victoria Lions, well, it's been quite the season for Nose Langham and Co. They've wanted to keep things consistent. Sarah Easthope, who's well and truly a Golden Glove shout, is the goalkeeper for them. A return for Trudy Camilleri. Gisela Pepino will return from the bench. Clarissa Allerton's on from the off. Mostagimi, who made her first appearance for Vic Lions when this fixture last featured. And Jade Kersey is from the start. Quite the bench for them too. Stella Nissan amongst the substitutes. Erin Keats as well, who shares her club football with Rihanna Policina. And for Fitzroy, they've got a couple of pretty good substitutes in and of themselves. Hallie Smith was a big role when they beat Victoria Lions on their second meeting this season. It's been 3 entirely different tussles when they've played one another. That's a good read from McClure though. Mostagimi had a little flick off of her. Camilleri was there to rekindle it. Frescalzo went to press. Easthope had to clear. Kersey unable to spin. And Diana Frescalzo saw it out of play.
Look at the build-up here on court one. Fantastic the amount of people that have poured in to watch this clash. It's been one of the biggest crowds we've seen in 2026 across all competitions. They've packed into the rafters, and the ambience is at an all-time high.
There's no reason why it shouldn't be. Teams who have offensively been the two best, defensively been the two best this season. Fitzroy flowing towards a double century of goals in a campaign. That's not something we have seen before. Victoria Lions themselves have found the net freely. It'll be about who holds their nerve better this evening. See players who have featured on the global stage for their national teams, who have dealt with that pressure. This certainly well and truly up there in terms of not just stature, in terms of what will be required of them tonight. And you have two managers who are on two entirely different tales. Both have been in this game for some time. Nose Langham wanting to win a title with this side in its first season. Jimmy Soufis has been building towards this for some time with Fitzroy. They have always been there or thereabouts. Second in both of the last 2 seasons. They don't want to make that a hat-trick. It would be an unwanted one. McClure's corner. Fitzroy heaping the pressure on early. Abdulatif for Frascalzo, who fired her effort wide. Person of massive importance this evening as East Hope went long. Kersey and Camilleri collided.
The league's top goal scorer, Claudia Frascalzo. 43 goals this season in 15 games. It's been tremendous from the futsal route.
There is Frascalzo. On for Leila Abdulatif, who has been setting them up for fun as well. Those two in tandem, quite the 1-2 punch. Diana Frascalzo took over. It took a flick off Camilleri. Fitzroy have started brightly. Have themselves another corner.
1706, yes.
Diana Frascalzo rather saunters over. Policina getting readied. Kersey switched out for Pipino, so maybe it's a response in kind. Claudia Frascalzo, the near post. It's a good tip from East Hope, and it needed to be. Another Fitzroy corner. They have piled on the heat. They're third already, and Abdulatif this time thumps over once more. East Hope in a hurry. Pipino was on her own. Mason Jones went the long way and nodded it out of play. Victoria Lions haven't yet settled. It's Camilleri looking to do that though. Frascalzo robbed it of her. Was through on her own. McClure was arriving. East Hope got a palm. And the Victoria Lions rolling foul as well. They are under all sorts of early pressure. Diana Frascalzo's take. Abdulatif tried to draw Camilleri out, open the room for Policina. Frascalzo and Policina via a deflection off Pipino. East Hope uncertain for a moment. Another corner.
That's corner number 6 for the Tigers. They look ominous right now. Those in blue, stunned.
Abdulatif got it from the corner, fired it into Mostagimi, and now maybe Camilleri with a chance to break. Options left and right. Policina went to slow her up, and Claudia Frascalzo came through to challenge firmly.
Holmes Langham posing a picture of, well, I wouldn't say calmness right now. Certainly looking to have a healthy fear. Hasn't really made full use of her touchline as the manager. She'll need to get some voice though, considering the Lions at the moment have been on the back foot. As for Jimmy Soufis, looks rather calm and composed. Wants the rotations to continue and might have an interchange waiting to come on.
Goals usually flow quickly, flow freely in the early stages of this game. 3.5 without one. Ali Smith's getting ready on the Fitzroy touchline to be introduced as Allerton couldn't steer it for Camilleri. Policina picked it off, and now Policina's on the charge. Pipino was there as a roadblock, Camilleri there in kind, and the counter the other way for Mostagimi. That's a massive save from Mason Jones. Their first real look, corner quickly for Pipino. Shot an awkward one, which Abdulatif intervened. Cleared no further than Allerton. Pipino kept it rolling. Allerton, Mostagimi. Looked for Pipino, well read by Policina. Diana Frascalzo, no way beyond. Now Camilleri. Beyond Abdulatif. Trudy Camilleri couldn't steer it centrally. And maybe a counter the other way. Policina was floored, and Abdulatif is marching, though her touch was far too heavy in trying to take on Allerton. Frascalzo's nod, and Abdulatif for Policina.
Well, it opens up there for both sides at both ends. It's a great save by the Fitzroy shot stopper. It's an even better ball played by Camilleri for the scoring chance for the Lions. They found their first corner. They took it quickly, which might not have been the right thing to do, but hindsight is a wonderful thing. They're playing with intent. They want to try match this Fitzroy ferocious start.
Smith moved it on. Diana Frascalzo, no way beyond Mostagimi, and a retrospective yellow card for that challenge on Policina from Mostagimi as well. Amy Barker, Kayla Osborne both not wasted to be subbed on. And for the first time really in this game, there is a bit of calm. Cabezas 2, a Fitzroy change. And she sets it for Policina, who clipped for Claudia Frescalzo at the back post. Was held up by Barker. Frescalzo spinning and wins another corner. Smith's take. Fitzroy wanting to capitalise on a fast start. Mostagimi was there to read it well. Just cannot get out at the moment.
Wow, look at this crowd.
Quite the crowd in Darebin tonight. Quite the atmosphere. It's been building throughout the week, and this is why. Ali Smith couldn't drill it beyond Osborne. And we'll let it trickle out of play. Policina measured for Frescalzo, who kept it alive. Smith, Cabezas. Ali Smith once more tried to open an angle for Policina, who couldn't spin Camilleri.
Good officiating from Benjamin Howell on broadcast side. The full ball had to go out of play. The Lions thought it might have. The official hadn't. They resumed for those in white, being Fitzroy.
East Hope. Given a venture, moved it on for Nissan, who lost out for Frescalzo. Policina took over and Camilleri crashed through. Start of real Fitzroy fury as Smith unable to catch East Hope out of the near post.
Oh.
And for the first time tonight, the railing gets in the way.
If there's a night for that to have its implications upon the match, it would not be tonight, you'd assume, Ethan Reek, for the railing. There might just be a moment in Darebin which either side might want to forget. It could be the railing's fault, who knows?
Smith looked to steer it down the line. It was out before it found Araha. And Camilleri found Osborne quickly. Nissan was central. Kayla Osborne recovered it. Now Barker. And Camilleri had gone too high. Well, yet really to see much of the two at the top of the Golden Boot race. As Camilleri picked off Araha! And in a flash, Victoria Lions launch ahead. Out of nowhere.
You can't give Camilleri half a sniff, because she will score as shown, and the danger might not be averted yet for Fitzroy.
Nissan charging forwards. Policina closed the angle. First time the Lions have really roared. And Camilleri roared it beyond Mason Jones. Right when they needed her to. Cabezas and Barker entangled. The ball was seen out of play in the end.
They weren't exactly the side asking questions early were the Lions, but yet again, all it takes is that one half opportunity. Camilleri will score, and she showcases why she's amongst the Futsal camp with a finish like that.
And all of a sudden, Fitzroy have got to find an answer. They know tonight defeat is not an option. They've had so many opportunities, many corners to kickstart this game. They now have to find something finishing, though Barker's picked it off from Cabezas once more and dropped it back for Camilleri. Instead of just a goal to give them the lead, it could act as a nerve settler too. On a night like this, there's Nissan, way beyond Policina. Smith was lurking, Stella Nissan wanted to go beyond. Policina in firmly. Smith took over and then set it behind Policina, who will give Osborne something to think about. Rihanna Policina lost out. Camilleri couldn't clip it forward.
You're noticing the engine of Policina motoring around the court, in and out of possession. Nissen hit the tarmac pretty hard. The officials, team nothing doing. Michael Ciaris on the far side had a fair look. He waved play on.
Cabezas out for Araha, who went beyond Nissan, though opened the door for Barker to win it. Osborne. Camilleri under immense pressure from Smith. Osborne had to clear. Cabezas made it work. Camilleri then picked it off. It's tidily done from Trudy Camilleri. Barker went searching. Smith was alert to it. Araha, Policina. Camilleri again, no way beyond. Gisela Pipino being readied as Barker and Easthope have a bit of a moment. Cabezas lurking. They just did enough to ward off Cabezas. That tension is still there. There's Osborne. Barker, those two fresh introductions for the evening for Gnomes Langham & Co. Barker steered it for Camilleri. Nissan. And Victoria Lions' turn in a game which ebbs and flows to settle into a rhythm. Camilleri with height. Nissan will flick on. Was seen out of play by Smith. Policina as Pipino is instated. Amanda Araha and through the legs of Barker, only to find Camilleri waiting. Ball for Nissan, cut out by Smith. Trudy Camilleri acting as conductor. Last time these two teams met, something she did so well. And here is Pipino, who's got her first look at Smith. Policina quickly across. And Policina found its way to Smith, who was run out of room. Fitzroy wanted a handball. Benjamin Howe quick to wave it away. Pipino. Hallie Smith has been hustling so far, and now Pipino's got a pocket. No way through Policina.
He's had a shift. Policina. Friscalzo on in her place for now.
As Nissan worked to yards on Smith. And Cabezas sorted it out. Araha. Cabezas far too heavy for Diana Friscalzo.
So like-for-like change, you'd assume, from Jimmy Soufis. We think back to their first meeting, Ethan. Vic Lions 8, Fitzroy 7. An absolute thriller it was in the first season of the 26 SFV Women's Premiership. To think about the last couple of fixtures, it was a 2-0 victory for Fitzroy. With Lions on the third and final, well, second last clash, I should say, for this season, were comfortable in a 6-2 win. They've got the start they want here. And Benjamin Howe saw something in the build-up he didn't like.
Amanda Araha, far too physical when trying to ward off Pipino. I'd say about that first meeting. Sarah Moore scored the winner in that game. She's not available this evening and will be sorely missed. Though at the moment, Victoria Lions a goal up and just starting to stem the Fitzroy flow. Barker's take, belted towards Nissan at the back post. And it struck an arm off Cabezas, and now then, Brianna Policina will get the evening's first yellow cards. Referee Ben Howe not best pleased. Now there's a conversation to be had between our two officials. In fact, they are conversing merely to switch ends. Howell on the far side, Ciaris now coming up to us.
So Jimmy Soufis goes into the book, asking Benjamin Howe why? Why, ref, why? As refs exchange flanks, haven't seen that too often. Tension's already brewing.
Here's Pipino. Barker set it back for Nissan, who's beyond Friscalzo, and Araha was in too firmly again. And Fitzroy are not best pleased about all of this.
Benches cut different stories. And the composure as it breezed across to the Vic Lions bench, how the animation has flowed into the Fitzroy technical area. Every player standing up. Claudia Friscalzo itching to come back on. But Clicia Allerton has a free kick opportunity. Michael Ciaris speaking to Scott Rogan, who's also gone into the book. The Tigers, well, they're tenacious, but they're getting a bit overzealous with their approach, and the cards are coming out.
2/3 of the Fitzroy coaching staff already this evening. Dharma Georgie, the only one who's stayed on the right side, as Benjamin Howland, Michael Ciaris switch sides once more. Clarissa Allerton's free kick was momentarily troubling for Mason Jones. Smith, no way beyond Nissan. Barker picked it up. Stella Nissan took over. Had 2 to go around, one of whom was Friscalzo, which she could not find a way beyond. already tempers are flaring. A game that threatened to come to a boil is finding itself beyond a simmer. It's a good challenge from Allerton, just to stop Friscalzo.
Fierce competitor, Allerton. No stranger to the Fitzroy dugout, that's for sure. What a storied futsal player throughout her time, the captain.
Friscalzo breezed beyond Pepino. Deflection for Easthope, who did well to prevent the corner. And fling it on for Nissan. She left it in turn for Pepino. Smith read it rather easily and cut across. Still a couple of changes on that Victoria Lions touchline being prepped. Barker was found again by Pepino. Now Allerton. Nissan. No way beyond Claudia Friscalzo.
Ben Lively, Nissan, popping up in places.
Friscalzo on the charge the other way. Pepino just warding her off. Gisela Pepino did wonderfully. Smith's in retreat. Pepino's on the charge. And without any options further forward, fancy to go on her own. Friscalzo off for Abdul Latif. And now Hallie Smith. Pepino was there once more. Abdul Latif with a little bit of a loose touch. Allerton then came across, and there was no outball. Nissan and Pepino, their stints are done for now. A couple of new introductions for them. Francesca Grange, Erin Keat, both getting their first minutes of the night.
So Benjamin Howe back on the broadcast side. Michael Ciaris back on the far, the officials with another swap.
Grange gave it away. Friscalzo, one to another. Keat was there to get a foot in, and now Grange, maybe with a bit more room. Abdul Latif put a stop to all that. Claudia Friscalzo on the charge, and Easthope made a tidy save.
Had loaded up the keeper. Expected Friscalzo to go across the face, which the captain had. Decent save by the line in purple.
And now, there's a conversation with Michael Ciaris, and Erin Keatu has to make way. And for it, oh my word, things will be stopped. And proper substitution. Fitzroy wanting 2 yellows. 1 for without a shin pad, 1 for the improper substitution. And Keat finds her way off and into the book while doing so.
Been a busy man, Benjamin Howe. Lots of characters to keep contained.
Abdul Latif set it for Diana Friscalzo. Wasn't able to steer it for Claudia Friscalzo successfully. One thing they have done up till this point well is kept Claudia Friscalzo quiet. Easthope save her first real flash in this game. Mostakimi, that's a gorgeous touch, and Allerton benefited.
Move of the match. Move of the match so far from the Lions. Coast to coast with a couple of passes, all stemming from the keeper. How about the first touch to unlock this shot? Fitzroy were poised behind the ball, however. That was slick from a Lions perspective. They have a 1-goal lead, 9 minutes left in the first half.
Friscalzo nearly got out the back. McClure did in kind, and Easthope again came charging to make the intervention. And it got the final flick off Niamh McClure. And so far for Sarah Easthope has had quite a bit to do, though has done all of it well. Camilleri, Mostakimi wanted the return. Friscalzo telegraphed that. And Mostakimi was there to clear the heavy touch. Abdul Latif. One for Policina. Couldn't place it for McClure nor Friscalzo. First time both of those two spent time on court this evening. Rihanna Policina, Claudia Friscalzo. This also, passage of a half, passage of the game where Fitzroy do their damage. More goals in the closing 10 of a first half than any other side this season. And by some distance, as Camilleri looked to roll McClure, Aaron Policina came across to ensure she couldn't go further. There's Abdul Latif. Rolled it on for Niamh McClure. No timeouts issued yet. You reckon one could be imminent if things stay as they are. Claudia Friscalzo stood up by Mostagimi. Mason Jones will reset things.
Well managed behind the ball. The Lions right now not allowing the Tigers an inch. It's well coached from Gnomes Langham thus far.
McClure, Friscalzo again just wanted to have it find its way through Mostagimi, who defensively has been diligent so far. Long from Mason Jones, not in a way by Allerton. Mostagimi again mopped up. Camilleri, Clarissa Allerton, away from Policina. Camilleri, Mostagimi, met by Friscalzo. Again, Trudy Camilleri, this time clipped it on for Grange, whose flick was a little too heavy for Mostagimi. Although Francesca Grange will get another look. Mason Jones's lob was errant. She dropped it off for Camilleri. Grange face to face with Policina. Rihanna Policina, happy to see her at a play.
So far, it's been a fantastic match of futsal. The Lions, although the shaky start perhaps for them on court, were able to find an opening goal, and in possession, Ethan Rigg looked comfortable. They always want to probe away, take their time, and then find that opening to infiltrate into open space. And they've been unfortunate not to have that final pass come off, but they're building chances.
Clip by Abdul Latif, searchingly for Friscalzo. Momentum of this half has completely flipped. That's a lovely turn from Camilleri, who got away from Abdul Latif just in time for McClure to come across. Policina saying that was too easy. Camilleri cruised beyond and then set it for Mostagimi. Couldn't steer for Allerton. Niamh McClure again got a foot in. Mason Jones happy to go and gather it. Abdul Latif now. McClure, Policina. Abdul Latif. Again, Rihanna Policina. Camilleri went to her. Grange got a flick. Another Fitzroy corner.
Corner number 7. Fitzroy earning 6 of them inside the opening 5 minutes. Spent some time in between drinks since they've had this opportunity. The Lions with only 1 so far in this match.
Close take. Friscalzo darted. Set the space for Abdul Latif. Grange went to go and meet her. Policina now. Wanting to ward off Allerton. Poked down the line for Friscalzo. Policina got in! That's a good save from East Hope.
Very nifty. Working out of a phone box for Scalzo and Policina.
And you wondered when it would come. Jimmy Soufas wants time out for the first time in this decider. Camilleri the difference. It's Fitzroy 0, Victoria Lions 1.
Bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nandor came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nandor signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, how much we've improved as a club.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we were going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he's got obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been...
Back from timeout then. First time this evening. Jimmy Soufas wanted a word, wanted a set-piece play. Fitzroy have had a plethora of corners. McClure's latest take only found Mostagimi, and Allerton was on her own, though the touch was a little too heavy and allowed Mason Jones to get there. Policina for Friscalzo. That the first real look Victoria Lions have squandered, though. Camilleri and Abdul Latif really quickly on the case. That's where they've been able to get some joy this evening so far, Fitzroy. They've just ramped the pressure up. Abdul Latif's take, McClure. Abdul Latif, Camilleri got across. Mostagimi battled and won it. Sarah Easthope speared it long for Grange, who had got round the other side of Polissina.
Had drifted in all on her lonesome, Grange. Completely unmarked. And that's the threat in which the Lions are posing from their goalkeeper. Comfortable with the ball at their feet. You're seeing time and time again, long balls played over the top.
Camilleri. 3 Tigers waiting to pounce. Cabezas did. Stayed alive for Smith. Lovely footwork away from Allerton. And away once more from Mostagimi. And it needed a challenge, which yields a corner.
Double digits of corners for the Tigers. Can they make something happen from this one? They seem to have calmed down from their bench, so rather up and amongst it. Seem to want to get back onto level terms, doing it the cool and calm way.
Frascalzo's flick, though, may lead the counter. Mostagimi's got 2 up with her. Polissina was alert to it, and now it's her turn. Polissina for Smith, who was lunging. Easthope was diving, though in vain in the end.
Chances for both sides again on the break. Ball being lost in the mid-court.
Frascalzo lost out. Osborne picked it off. Steered it for Camilleri, 2! Fitzroy pockets picked. Camilleri's at the double. And Victoria Lions are taking a giant leap towards the title.
And you just felt a second goal in this contest was imminent, considering there was chances at both ends. Play was being conceded in the mid-court. When that happens, it's an indication that something on the scoreboard will change, and it goes in favour of the Lions, who went forward in numbers. The ball rolling their way. Polissina was unlucky only moments ago at the other end not to have unlocked a deeper player. But yet again, Camilleri, second in the Golden Boot race. 39 goals for the season now for the number 10. And what a time to be at a brace. The Lions, 2 to the good, 4 to half-time.
Just when Fitzroy was starting to build momentum once more, they picked their moments as Smith. A shot from a fine angle. Easthope was most alert to it, and without an option further forward, fancied a reset.
Must appreciate the confidence from a neutral perspective from Schmidt. Playing like a quarterback tonight, the goalkeeper. As the railings been hit again.
One each for both of the keepers tonight. Now 1 for Mason Jones, 1 for Sarah Easthope. And those efforts from Hallie Schmidt. She suddenly looked the brightest as Fitzroy's number 22. Here is Polissina, who steered it for Cabezas. Easthope and Barker both lunging longingly more than anything, and conceded the corner from what could have been quite a perilous situation. Cabezas' take. Polissina just flicked it up to herself and sent the effort over.
Heat Ninja A-League winner of Polissina, such a veteran of the competition. Thought to take matters into her own hands. Would have been something to remember. 4 juggles, then a volley. Why not? Although she might want that back.
From Polissina, far too lofty for Frascalzo. Fitzroy have not found a way. The cutting edge has not been there. Camilleri is cutting through at the moment, and maybe cutting the gems into the crown. They win tonight, the deal is done. And Camilleri once more. Polissina in firmly. It's Barker. Couldn't steer it for Osborne. Well, read by Cabezas. Barker once more was momentarily starved of options. And then went to battle with Polissina. who got a flick on it. And Benjamin Howe's going to his book again, and this time Rihanna Pollicina will find herself with a yellow card. Pollicina in the book. Order restored by Ben Howell, who's, as you said, Adam, had a very busy night so far.
And the frustrations from the Fitzroy camp bubbling to the surface again. Have to rest on their morals and perhaps just realise that this game's not out of contention yet, although they're trailing by 2-0. Still have it within their arsenal to draw it back on level terms. There's still lots of futsal to be played. Can't lose their heads this early in the ledger.
For Araha, who drilled it into Osborne. And they got a flick on its way through, perhaps from Friscalzo. East Hope again looks long. Diana Friscalzo got up. It fell fortuitously for Araha. Got away from Keat. And Smith could only steer it out of play. Osborne told to gain a few more yards than maybe she would have thought. Jay Kersey being readied on the Victoria Lions bench. And there's Keat away from Cabezas. Look to clip it out the other way for Camilleri. Those two not quite on the same wavelength. Time ticking to the break then. Fitzroy have got to find something to halve the deficit. That's a giveaway though from Araha. Camilleri, who's hunting a hat-trick, is on the charge again. Had smitten Friscalzo to contend with. Cabezas then kept it just about. Diana Friscalzo now. Her turn on the charge. Steered for Cabezas. Smith. Friscalzo with whip, but not worryingly for East Hope, who went long for Osborne. Mason Jones read the situation well. Barker. Cabezas was quick on the press. Keep no way beyond Araha. Good shout from East Hope to gather. And spear for Camilleri. Mason Jones again. Came a long way from home. And well so. Kayla Osborne kept the door shut on Diana Friscalzo. Her and Camilleri ensuring there is no way out. And they kept it alive. Camilleri on the effort. And the ricochet off Smith saw it out of play.
Perhaps both sides wanting the half-time whistle, however. Still 2 minutes away from that being the case.
There's Keats on the drive. Couldn't pick out Camilleri. Smith was in the way.
Both rather wasteful in possession, more. That being of Fitzroy. Camilleri looking very dangerous in this position.
Smith picked it off her. Steered it on for Friscalzo on the break. And again, the ball rather wasteful. Easy gather for East Hope, who gave Erin Keat one to chase.
It's been a high-octane game. It's been certainly played with lots of energy. The pressure meter, if you will, off the charts. Hence, as the halftime whistle approaches, all sets of players at the moment getting lackadaisical. When in possession, when out of possession. Not to say tired legs, it's just been played at such a high level that with some fatigue setting in from what's been a very energetic opening half, mistakes and lackluster play starting to transpire.
Barker's ball found Keats, who clipped it over the bar. "90 seconds to the break. Barker with a good read and got in ahead of Cabezas, steered it on for Pepino. Smith came across, saw her out of play. Gisela Pepino used sparingly in this half so far. A couple of Victoria Lions members on the bench not too happy about the amount of contact she received. That's a giveaway again from Cabezas. Osborne in behind. And Mason Jones was happy to have a calm gather. Cabezas lost out though. Pepino's on the charge. Osborne took over. Steered it on for Gisela Pepino, and Araha this time there to close it. Mason Jones fancies a march. Keat cut out the first. Friscalzo was arriving. No one able to get there.
Respect to Mason Jones for wanting to go with endeavour, however. Had breezed past two teammates in the process. There was no lateral support on either flank. Fortunate to win a side ball deep.
Cut out by Barker. Osborne on her own is Pepino. Momentarily though, as Smith was steering in behind. Pepino warded off by 1, then 2. Smith still a roadblock. There's Barker. Osborne invited to drive, only steered it into Smith. Frescalzo. Is there one last Fitzroy counter? Diana Frescalzo on the march. Erin Keat across.
Schmidt again, the quarterback for the Tigers, off the ball, working hard. It's a one-on-one opportunity there for the Lions.
Frescalzo got it off Keat. It will trickle out for another Fitzroy corner. Set on for Smith. Now Amanda Araha trying to size up Osborne. And Kayla Osborne's been up to the task in every single encounter thus far. He's recovered by Smith. Happy to return for Mason Jones. Ball in Hope. Only to East Hope. Barker, one late look maybe. Smith kept the door shut. Barker kept battling. Hallie Smith without options to progress further forwards. And as a result, Victoria Lions are halfway there. Trudy Camilleri times 2. Currently the difference. The first crashed in. The second more of a steely one at the near post. But at the moment, they have one hand on the title. Half time in Darabin. It's Fitzroy 0, Victoria Lions 2.
track, I believe, and I hope we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we?
And so we're back from the break. The decider in Darabin, halfway to the closing line. Victoria Lions are halfway there. A first league title in a first league season would be an unbelievable achievement as it stands. We go to the evening start. 49 points, plays 48. At this point in time, they'd move to 52, and that would well and truly be that. Only a point ahead, but can move four clear. Fitzroy fast start. Policina off the bar inside 60 second half seconds.
Fitzroy bench already up on their feet. They know what they need to do. Can the composure of the Lions remain, or can the tenacity of the Tigers roar?
There's Policina once again. East Hope got down to make quite the tidy save. Barker across the clear.
It's already 2 shots on target. Dama Georgie crying to the troops to let's go and take it to the Lions who lead. Only 15 seconds into this half, and you're seeing some real bite about the side trailing by 2 goals to 0.
And we know this is far from over. Victoria Lions had a lengthy lead the last time they met. They were nearly reined in. The first time they met, they had a lengthy lead too and were reined in before the last-minute winner. Here is Claudia Frascalzo in behind, and East Hope again down to make the save. And quickly flung it on for Osborne, who couldn't steer it for Kersey. Policina. Frascalzo. Claudia for Diana, and Claudia Frascalzo once more had a drive. That's a very good stop from East Hope down low.
Getting busy early is East Hope. She looked a little bit, well, satisfied, however, not completely the case. A shot bubbling over her as she made the save. Corner again for Fitzroy. Reminiscent of the first half display at the start of the match, Ethan, where they were the aggressors. Have the same start in the second. Can they find a goal? That's the question.
Frascalzo's on the drive to hope so. Osborne backed her off, as did Mostagimi, and Diana Frascalzo only clipped it into the arms of East Hope. Double-digit first half corners for Fitzroy. Already they've started the second half with a flurry too. The Victoria Lions will have to withstand. Kersey quickly off for Camilleri as it's flung long for Osborne. Got in ahead of McClure. Barker, Mostagimi. Barker once again. Steered for Camilleri, who spun Policina. Trudy Camilleri on the charge. Claudia Frascalzo across.
Oh, no. And Frascalzo was very quick to put her hand around her right thigh area. Her futsal teammate of Trudy Camilleri, quick to investigate the well-being of her counterpart this evening, and that's not a good sight for the Fitzroy captain, who's gingerly up on her feet and trying to run this out.
It'll take more than that for Claudia Frascalzo to come off tonight, you would suspect. She still has a massive part to play, and East Hope was met full force by Frascalzo. A fling cut off by Policina. Rihanna Policina is charging, and Mostagimi's there to intervene again.
They're getting free rein now, the Tigers, to shoot. The Lions always in retreat. Another corner for Fitzroy.
With depth by Policina, Camilleri cleverly for East Hope. Barker starved of options. Policina, Frascalzo leading the press. Camilleri returns it for Barker, who steered it down the line for Mostagimi. Just a bit too much on it. They'll be hoping, Fitzroy, that where in the first half the rhythm didn't bring a goal, the second half it does. It brings them away back into this game. It brings them away to half the deficit. Policina, Frascalzo, Not beyond Osborne, though she can win a corner. Corner set for Polissina. Got away from Osborne. Had Mostagimi in retreat. Round Polissina. Wanted somebody at the back post, though no one was there. Clora dropped off. Pepino instated. She's been used in short, sharp bursts this evening as Gisela Pepino. Quite the goal threat. Second in the Golden Boot race. 35 plus this season. At the moment, her and Camilleri, more so, have really been calmed down and nullified by Fitzroy to start this second half. Claudia Frescalzo. Diana Frescalzo. Pepino and Camilleri again working, as is Frescalzo, closely to the touchline. Diana Frescalzo wanting the drive. Camilleri keeping the door shut and conceding a corner. Diana Frescalzo's take. Fitzroy surging again. Claudia Frescalzo to drive. And it dipped devilishly on East Hope via the deflection of Barker. Another Fitzroy corner.
They need 3 unreturned goals, the Tigers, to take the premiership race to the final day of the season. The equation's rather simple. They have to start soon.
Claw forced the save out of East Hope, which opened ground for Pepino, who's got away from McClure. And Gisela Pepino still tangoing down by the corner. Her and McClure entangled. Frescalzo came away with it. And Mostagimi in retreat got a boot in. As Fitzroy again found a way forward. Polissina on the drive. Yet another corner. This really a Fitzroy set-piece conference right now. Diana Frescalzo again. Polissina once more. Poke for Frescalzo at the back post, who just couldn't find a flick. East Hope directs. Pepino's flick on. Couldn't take any chances.
Forgot to mention, Ethan, that Liz Iyar is on court.
That's the half-time change in between the sticks. McClure was motoring momentarily. Camilleri couldn't find Pepino. 2 Fitzroy changes. Frescalzo, McClure, who have had 2 tidy stints. Smith and Abdulatif instated. And Hallie Smith found immediately. Placed for Polissina once again. Scuffed to the top of the area where no one was waiting once more. Mostagimi flicked over Abdulatif, but eventually out of play. What a quartet this is for Jimmy Sufa, Scott Rogan, Dharma Georgie at the moment. Abdulatif, Polissina, Frescalzo, Hallie Smith. And you have Elizabeth Eyre in goal as well. Many different keys to try and unlock East Hope, who has been steadfast so far. That's a good take from Mostagimi, away from Smith. Abdulatif then came to press. Camilleri on for Pepino. Nicely worked. Ball for Allerton at the back post, had too much. And now the break could be on. Oh, Smith let it run well too far across.
Mostagimi take a bow, the number 9 for the Lions. Fantastic with the ball at her feet. Drifting from one side of the court to the other. Gliding. She was. The press was no match. Very well done to open up the Tigers. Move not coming to fruition in the end, but however, still some all-round decent play on an individual basis from the Lions.
Pepino beyond 2, not beyond Polissina. Maybe a sign that Victoria Lions once again are starting to settle. They withstood a Fitzroy firestorm in the first half. Abdulatif. Claudia Frescalzo. Couldn't clip beyond Pepino. Now Allerton, return for Gisela Pepino, away from Abdul Latif, and then couldn't sort a way through for Scalzo too. Scalzo searching for Smith. A little bit too much on it. Incredibly direct start from the Tigers for this second half. East Hope equally so. Mostagimi did well to get that. Yeah, was only there to gather. Oh, gave it away in turn. Camilleri fancied to go herself and dragged the effort wide.
Does not need an invitation to shoot. Camilleri already found a brace so far in this contest. They're two very well taken goals. First perhaps a little bit nicer than the second, but still instinctive, still damaging.
There's Policina twisting and turning. Claudia Frascalzo doing equally so! And Fitzroy are right back in the picture.
Damaging, as always, the captain Frascalzo, who moments ago was clutching at the lower part of her back thigh. In no pain at all, and Fitzroy have finally found a goal that eluded them after 35 minutes played.
Pepino's on the charge the other way. Her strike steered wider than ear post, but for Claudia Frascalzo, it is what she does. Golden boot leader with a potentially golden touch that has got Fitzroy right back in this game.
Simply the money match. Policina and Frascalzo.
Nissan allowed to turn. Battle with Policina. Stella Nissan got a strike away. Air was there to gather. And now Abdul Latif steered it gorgeously for Cabezas. What a chance that was for two each. Quickly after they'd halved the deficit.
You felt the confidence was going to brew once Fitzroy had scored. They finally have, and not only is seeing a bit more fluidity from those in white on court, but the crowd are getting vocal. The Lions, although leading by a goal, look a little bit bemused at the minute. They need to try regain some composure. Having possession would do that.
Pepino away from one. Abdul Latif was the initial press, Smith the second. Gisela Pepino just a little bit rushed. Unable to keep it alive. And like it has been every other time they have met, the waters are choppy. They are far from smooth sailing. Victoria Lions, who know that it stays this way, it is done. Cannot afford to shut this game down still. There's Fitzroy charging. Smith's looking for yards. Osborne's challenge, a good one. East Hope long.
Touch.
That's a great take from Nissan. And Camilleri worked a yard. Away from Cabezas. Camilleri, it nearly fell for Osborne. Set back for Nissan, picked off by Policina, and Smith is on her own. Hallie Smith in behind, what a save that is from East Hope.
Brilliant goalkeeping from Hope.
And flung it quickly on for Camilleri. Osborne the other way. Abdul Latif there to challenge, and potentially one other look. Policina with a good run, good find by Abdul Latif. East Hope came up big once again, not once but twice.
Came up a colossus. East Hope in between the sticks. It's a fantastic bit of goalkeeping. Policina had glided through one-on-one with Schmidt for a player who's been on her game today. Went for the squaring ball, and East Hope had read it best.
Another Fitzroy corner, though they wish it could have been more. Abdul Latif didn't catch it cleanly. Nissan couldn't clear. Smith had a go, and East Hope saved at close quarters again. Massive. Two massive Sarah East Hope moments in time.
It's no longer perhaps stunned. It is certainly stunned. Perhaps frozen on ice at the minute. Are the Lions trying to cut a composed figure? They might be on their bench, but I can assure you there'd be no level of composure left to be had It's all been Fitzroy in these last 7 minutes. Still looking to try and get themselves even on the ball are the Lions.
As Nissan pokes it through, Air with a scramble. Only just prevented the buffer from going back out. Herfling cut off by Camilleri. Friscalzo in retreats, one to another. Nissan went to pick it off. Claudia Friscalzo battled through it all. Nissan lunged in. Smith warded off.
If there's one player that has lifted for the Lions, it is Stella Nissen. She's put her body on the line tonight.
Diana Friscalzo driving. Camilleri in retreat. Smith had it half a yard. Sting was taken out for East Hope, who went quickly for Osborne. Good touch to find Nissan. Good challenge from Smith. Cabezas, Diana Friscalzo. Away from Camilleri, beyond Allerton. And unable to keep it alive. Victoria Lions have found no rhythm. East Hope again with a little bit of a wayward lob. Smith starts over. Cabezas now. Ali Smith once more. Away from Nissan, though not Osborne. Friscalzo recovered it. Cabezas, it was drilled into her. Camilleri couldn't thread it. Smith, Diana Friscalzo. Cabezas, that's well worked. Smith had a yard. Osborne got in well. She's picked her moments tonight as Kayla Osborne.
Been a soldier. Osborne hasn't been too damaging with possession, but has been very clean. Always able to pick out a teammate, always able to provide support. Off the ball, hasn't stopped.
Smith steered for Friscalzo. Spun Pepino, flashed it dangerously. Allerton recovered it and moved it on for Osborne, and the counter could be on. Kayla Osborne charging. Smith took the sting out. Allerton kept it rolling. And now Pepino. Gisela Pepino with a hope and a poke, and Allerton wasn't pleased about it. Friscalzo. Schmidt moved it on. Diana Friscalzo now threaded gloriously. East Hope didn't get there, and Claudia Friscalzo on cue ties it up. A Friscalzo flash, and Fitzroy level.
And DCSS erupts. And why wouldn't it? The captain's inspired. It's a brace for Claudia Friscalzo. Pick of the bunch so far in terms of goals. East Hope has been phenomenal, but likes to gamble, and that time around, a queen had been drawn out the card deck, and it was Queen Friscalzo there to score. East Hope in no man's land, and the Lions have been pulled back. It's all square at 2 goals apiece.
And you must be wondering now, the Gnomes Langham nerves. Claudia Friscalzo, what a cool finish that is.
I think there's blood on one of her socks. I think that's why she's coming off at the moment. Bleeding for the cause. The brace earner.
Quite literally, blood, sweat, tears. That is what Claudia Friscalzo has put into the charge. Rolling ball for Cabezas. The Victoria Lions look shell-shocked. Fitzroy finally making some of it count. Grange allowed to turn. Schmidt was there to marshal it through to Air. Fitzroy know now that with things on terms, the momentum all their way. A draw not good enough. Cabezas almost classy, though out of room. Pepino. Nissan kept it alive. Tried to poke it centrally. Policino the only one there. Policino was impeded. Fitzroy win a free kick. That's a little bit clumsy from Victoria Lions. Policino had nowhere to go. The pressure starting to tell. They are halfway back. If Fitzroy are able to keep it like this, it goes to the final day. Same will be done if they win. At the moment, they are staying in the race instead of leading it, though. Another goal, and the pendulum swings the other way. Victoria Lions have then got to go and get it. Again, too long from East Hope.
Let's ponder if it remains a draw. It does go to the final day. More on that in a moment.
As Barker is motoring, Policina left a leg in. She's already been booked, remember. And Ben Howe issuing the foul, the conversation, and not the card.
Remember, if it remains a draw, the Lions remain on top, but have to win next week. They face FC Carlton Hart. The Tigers play Hume, but it won't matter. That result could all go in vain.
I was about to say, if it was a draw, Fitzroy play first on the final day. And that kind of pressure can do funny things. Big Lions free kick. Barker's take, drilled into Fruscalzo. Pepino on the rebound, skip beyond. Got it through to Grange just, though not how she had imagined, I'm sure. Pepino now once more. Threaded gorgeously for Grange. Oh, drilled wide of the near post.
Brilliant run from Grange. Dropped the shoulder. Was in behind with only a faint body movement. And took the shot on while striding forward as the ball rolled into her path. Not beaten at the near post, but was certainly worried.
Here is Schmidt away from Keats. Pepino in ahead of Policina. Gisela Pepino won't mind that. Halfway stage just elapsed of this second half. And from where it was 2-0 at half-time, it is 2 each. And Fitzroy are firing on all cylinders. Victoria Lions hanging in there. Schmidt's been tidy. Policina's picked it up and steered it on for Diana Fruscalzo. Another massive East Hope intervention.
The Lions are to turn this around and get back in front and then go on to win it. East Hope, it would certainly be off of her back. Incredible keeping. Another big moment. Another big save.
Schmidt's corner. Set to the near post, cut out by Grange. Pepino got there ahead of Fruscalzo. Claudia Fruscalzo back out there. Can see though, under that left knee, where she was forced off with blood on her socks, there is hefty strapping. Pepino forced long, equally so. East Hope happy to let it go through. Camilleri back on. If there were to be one to go and break this game open, she perhaps holds the way through. Keaton Fruscalzo battled. Erin Keat did well on that occasion and then spun herself into trouble. Fruscalzo, no way beyond Grange. Schmidt was hustling. Francesca Grange forced to clear. Nervous glances all round at the clock. Policina with pace. Grange again got in the way. Fruscalzo. Keat did well to close the angle. Really well to close the angle. Made an easy steer into a Victoria Lions side ball. Mostagimi also getting ready to come back on. And the ball had evaded the line. The margins get finer, and the mistakes get costlier. Fizzed across. Keats had left one in, right on the edge of the area. Amanda Araha getting ready for introduction. Last time this fixture was played, she scored from this kind of range. Araha and Policina holding a parliament. Araha wins out. It is Amanda Araha. East Hope denied. Frascalzo's following. Has trickled tears of tiger joy. Oh, so slowly did it roll over the line. Claudia Frascalzo, their golden girl, with the golden touch. And Fitzroy have turned this round.
Around and round they have, Ethan, and they want to get more, although Benjamin Howell sounds his whistle. The Lions now need to respond. They've had the comeback happen. There's still 8.5 minutes left. Can they find what's deep inside them to get back on top in this match? If they are to do so, they'll be champions. They have to remember that being the case. It's Fitzroy playing as if the title will be decided for them tonight. Hence, they're in front.
Frascalzo's round the back as well. East Hope intervenes. Mostagimi crashed through. It's been 5 long seasons. It has been some time. Season 2, 2023. When Fitzroy last won the league title. At the moment, they lead the race. Policina got away from Camilleri just. No, couldn't clip it more potently.
The Lions haven't issued a timeout yet, considering they've been on the receiving end of 3 goals, unreturned. Just imagine what they're thinking about from their technical area. They have a side ball, but they haven't been able to get a routine going. That's really tested the Tigers.
There's Osborne. Set back for Barker, who had one left on her by Frascalzo not that long ago. Looked to steer for Camilleri. Policina one out. Oh! Barker rolled away, though then rolled into trouble. Policina. Amy Barker recovered brilliantly and just poked it on for Mostagimi. And there is space to move into. Out the back is Camilleri. And it's Liz's turn to make a big save. Vic Lions. Corner taken quickly by Camilleri. Barker for Osborne. Charging up for Frascalzo. Mostagimi now. Schmidt with a clever press. Barker had it cut out. McClure's touch was heavy. And Barker was put under pressure. Neve McClure motoring.
Well
East
done.
Hope, that's a clever ball. Osborne offered her an out, and Frascalzo left a leg in. The response to going behind has been immediate. Though they must find parity. Mostagimi for Camilleri. Set back for Barker, on for Osborne. McClure, who has again pressed well. Barker measured. Camilleri kept it rolling. Enticed McClure, though Osborne came through. They could not keep it. And you think now, for Victoria Lions, this is where Camilleri has to step up, where Pepino has to come to the fore. East Hope is doing her bit. Can they find something? The project they started October last year when it was all first announced. East Hope Pepino, the first 2 big names made for this exact reason. When they are chasing the best, they have to rely on the best of their own. Frascalzo kept it through Cabezas, now Smith. Cabezas. Clip for Claudia Frascalzo, roll back for Cabezas. Good block from Camilleri. Hallie Smith on the drive! Claudia Frascalzo's got a hat-trick! And it may be the one that opens at the castle gates. She's stolen at the back stick, all on her own.
And that's how Fitzroy have managed to get back, not just into this game, but comfortably in front. Inspired from their captain, Frascalzo. who confidently, charismatically was able to chest the ball in, almost Balotelli-esque. Eastbourne flings into a save. The Lions, well, they were full of bite in the first half. They never seemed to have got going. The pressure getting to them in the end. Still time to turn this around and save their season, but it's one-way traffic still, and they haven't seemed to mitigate that situation, although Baker's been positive.
Parker with brilliant footwork. The challenge by Cabezas in return. They need 2 in 6 minutes to stay in the lead of the race, to take it to the final day. At the moment, the script is flipped. And Polissina was impeded too firmly by Mostagimi. It is all starting to tell. This would square the leisure at 2 each. If it is to stay this way, Fitzroy do play Hume on the final day. And they play early. Cabezas, good read by Barker, who is charging. Mostagimi up with her, picked off by Polissina. Diana Frascalzo. Mostagimi on the press. Haven't seen much of Clarissa Allerton this half, nor Gisela Pepino. You wonder, are they about to be brought back into this? Hallie Schmidt searching. On the overlap is Polissina. And it was blocked by Osborne. Camilleri mopped it up. Barker, Osborne. Good ball to find Mostagimi, who looked to steer for Camilleri, just too much on it. And with the gather and the quick release for Frascalzo. Cabezas. Frascalzo. Polissina.
They're in full control. Fitzroy in complete and utter control. The Lions unable to repel. They're defending, yet they're not attacking. They are unable to have any implications with the ball at their feet. Only Barker, the true player running it, the Tigers. And load time is still there theoretically. If performance continues like this, Ethan, it's Fitzroy's night without much of a refute.
Frascalzo on for Schmidt, who's been mightily impressive. Steered it centrally. It's a good dive from East Hope, who may have just worn one while trying to claim it from the feet of Cabezas. Seems to be okay. Play resumes with Osborne. He's got Cabezas to go at. On the open is Mostagimi, and steered for Camilleri, who's got a hat-trick. Now then! Now then!
It's exactly what they needed to do. It's Barker who was instrumental within the build-up at the opposite side of the court. Mostagimi had all the composure to wait the run of Camilleri once it arrived. You knew exactly what Trudy was going to do. It's not Gennaro Eden just yet. The Lions with a much-needed goal in this contest. And how that might flip the seesaw.
And they've been threatening those two. Mostagimi and Camilleri are finding each other like that. A few too heavy. That one perfect. And we are far from done. One final little twist to the script. And we've got 4:16. Remember, an equaliser keeps Victoria Lions top of the tree. Fitzroy have to win this game to go far into the final day, top of the table. They are doing that for now.
It's to have the title won on your terms, of course. Anything can happen upon those final day fixtures. How we've seen it happen in all codes of sport in the past. Can never assume that the top-end teams are to win, although mathematically and statistically, yes, it all leans in their favour. But final day jitters are truly a thing, as both sides can see possession from taking a kick in. That's how tense it's gotten.
Gorgeous ball from Mostagimi. Barker had no one in support and was picked off by Schmidt. That's really well done by Hallie Schmidt for Frascalzo. who had no way further forward. Diana Frescalzo happy to set things going once more. Cabezas, Frescalzo, cut off by Barker, whose footwork was tidy to evade quite the set of Tigers waiting to pounce. East Hope long, Osborne got there, and Schmidt was there to block. And was happy to clear her lines.
Another great ball from Eastbourne, or East Hope I should say rather, down the court. It's hard to keep your composure, Ethan. It certainly is for me right now, considering Osborne had a great first touch from a pass from East Hope. And suddenly the Lions look like they've got some swagger.
Good read from Frescalzo. Schmidt is sizing up Allerton, who has been reinstated, and Pepino's waiting eagerly to come on. If there is to be one to change the complexity of this crazy, crazy game once again, it could truly be her. Flick for Frescalzo. Oh, was out of room before getting in ahead of Osborne.
3 minutes, just over that left on the clock. Tension in the building if you're just joining us at DCSS. Title decided tonight between these two. A much needed goal from those in blue.
As Frescalzo picked Allerton's pockets, the ball teasingly to the back post was one which East Hope had telegraphed. Pollicina may be awaiting reintroduction once more. East Hope's fling too short. Cabezas will nod it out of play. Camilleri, who has got a treble which she will not want to be in vain. And Allerton split Pepino and Barker. They know they are getting closer. Every opportunity that goes awry. They are closer and closer still. Sent long by Air, mopped up by East Hope. Now Camilleri couldn't steer it for Pepino. Pollicina's turn to have a drive. Ariana Pollicina unable to keep it alive. Another handball shout turned down. There's Camilleri on for Barker. Looking to go at Pollicina. Set it back for Camilleri. Barker. Trudy Camilleri is the switch to be flicked. Schmidt let it run and let get an easy gather. Allerton had just dropped off at the wrong time. And Liz speared it too long for anybody. Barker. Dropped it off for Pepino, who we have seen scarcely. She went to thread for Allerton. Too much on it. Too much on it from Gisela Pepino. A tick under 2 minutes to go. Sent long for Frescalzo, who spun Pepino, and East Hope had to gather. Cabezas was charging, as now is Camilleri. Two up with her. Trudy Camilleri went alone. And wasn't able to crash it as sweetly as she has done at any other time tonight. Cabezas, Pollicina, Frescalzo. Again for Cabezas, who was pressed by Pepino. Pollicina not beyond Camilleri.
90 seconds and under that left. It's all systems go. It only can be that way for Gnomes Langham's side. Moments won't come many more after this.
Pepino motoring. They got down at the near post to prevent a corner and make a save. And then hit the railing.
And finally, it will be utilised. A timeout call from Gnomes Langham. And there's a task to be had from this chat, Ethan.
There certainly is. It's all on this for Victoria Lions as we go to the break. A Fitzroy second half turnaround sees them lead 4-3.
I would say Layla Abdul-Tif.
I think Manda Araha from Fitzroy.
Claudia Fuscalzo.
Oh, I'll be biased. Reed Jacobs, because she doesn't even know what she's got to do before she does it.
This is it. This is it. Down the stretch. 70 seconds on the dot for Victoria Lions to find something, or they surrender. The opportunity of destiny being in their own hands. Barker's looking to thread. Camilleri was pulled down in an entanglement with Policina. And the ball will trickle its way out of play. They must find one to stay in the lead of the race. If not, Fitzroy will have flipped the script like only they know how. Two Victoria Lions wins in 3 so far this season. If they weren't to win it outright, it would be the most precious point they could pick up. Pepino drilled it, cut out by Friscalzo, who got it from Cabezas. Policina, Schmitz, steered for Friscalzo, who was battling Pepino. Corner. They know they are nearly there. Hallie Schmidt's take, cut out by Barker, who has an opportunity to break. Had 2 up with her. Policina got a foot in.
35 seconds. They're not going to get many more looks.
Pepino's ball deflected. Friscalzo the beneficiary. Allerton's challenge, a good one. Picked off by Camilleri, who sold Barker short. And Schmidt then hammered it anywhere. Is there one last opportunity?
It might be the final kick of the game. Scott Rogan with the timeout in hand. They might not get this. Fitzroy.
Cabezas with a heavy touch. Barker went sauntering. Pepino steered it over. And they will go to timeout with the lead intact. That might be the look. As Fitzroy see off a mighty scare. Seconds ticking away. 4-3 with not that long to go. Astonishing as we go to a break.
Let alone us. But then from across the league, Alexis from Fitzroy, she's too good. And Karina's alright.
Let me actually think. Fitzroy's white kit.
Which team has the best kid in the league?
Biased opinion, but also Fitzroy.
That's easy, it's us. I'm sorry, it's us.
Not a question, Melbourne AKU.
Here we go then. Here we go then. Fitzroy are seconds away from table topping, title destiny deciding. Friscalzo will take it to the corner. And that may very well be that. The corner may just confirm it. It's been 5 seasons. It has been 3 calendar years. But Fitzroy are taking a giant stride towards the title. Destiny in their hands. From 2 down at half-time, the Tigers show teeth to prevail. A Claudia Fruscalzo hat-trick, an inspired second half. And the great race goes to the final day, though this time it is Fitzroy who will lead it. They were on the canvas at the break. An inspired half-time talk, an inspired second half has seen them now tiptoeing towards the title. We will have to wait until next week to see how it's decided, though Fitzroy have stolen pole position on the final lap. Full time in Darabin. It's Fitzroy 4, Victoria Lions 3.
Liz Air.
I think that one will have to be Layla Abdulatif. She would definitely win every time.
Layla Abdulatif. Baller.
If I was a girl, probably not Layla.
The most clutch player in the competition is definitely Claudia Fruscalzo. She is number 1 for sure.
Sarah Easthope. I'm going to say Amanda Aroha.
I think this player gets underrated a lot, but Rebecca Davis.
Claudia Fruscalzo. Gisela Pepino.
Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top 3, sitting top 3 at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nando came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nando signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, how much we've improved as a club. Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it. When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he scope obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of thing. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we?
I would say Layla Abdul Tiff.
I think Amanda Araha from Fitzroy.
Claudia Fuscalzo.
Oh, I'll be biased. Reed Jacobs, because she doesn't even know what she's got to do before she does it, let alone us. But then from across the league, Alexis from Fitzroy, she's too good. And Karina's alright.
Let me actually think. Fitzroy's white kid.
Which team has the best kid in the league?
Biased opinion, but also Fitzroy.
That's easy, it's us. I'm sorry, it's us.
Not a question, Melbourne AKU.
Liz Air.
I think that one will have to be Layla Abdul Latif. She would definitely win every time.
Layla Abdul Latif. Baller.
If I was a girl, probably not Layla.
The most clutch player in the competition is definitely Claudia Fuscalzo. She is number one for sure.
Sarah Easthope. I'm going to say Amanda Aroha.
I think this player gets underrated a lot, but Rebecca Davis.
Claudia Fuscalzo. Gisela Pepino.
Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nando came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nando signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, like how much we've improved as a club. Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it. When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he's got obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of thing. It feels like you have a piece. you want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we?
I would say Layla Abdul-Latif.
I think Amanda Araha from Fitzroy.
Claudia Fuscalzo.
Oh, I'll be biased. Reed Jacobs, because she doesn't even know what she's got to do before she does it, let alone us. But then from across the league, Alexis from Fitzroy. She's too good. And Karina's alright.
Let me actually think. Fitzroy's white kit.
Which team has the best kid in the league?
Biased opinion, but also Fitzroy.
That's easy, it's us. I'm sorry, it's us.
Not a question, Melbourne AKU.
Liz Air.
I think that one will have to be Layla Abdul-Latif. She would definitely win every time.
Ooh. Layla Abdul-Latif. Baller.
If I was a girl, probably not Layla.
The most clutch player in the competition is definitely Claudia Fuscalzo. She is number one for sure.
Series Futsal. I'm going to say Amanda Aroha.
I think this player gets underrated a lot, but Rebecca Davis.
Claudia Fuscalzo. Gisela Pepino.
Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking.
And so, the final edition of the evening is upon us, and where we have witnessed a truly, truly titanic battle between two title-chasing would-be champions-elect. That race will go to the final day. Hume will have a part to play on the final day as they face Fitzroy. But right here, right now, they face 1-0, and they're looking for back-to-back wins since returning to life in Series Futsal. It was a nervy, albeit emphatic 3 points over Carlton Heart for Suleiman Mohammed and Isho Haskell last week. And this evening, they face a 1-0 side who have been admittedly hit and miss in 2026's first season. Costa Fruitsis has understood that he's not always had the availability readied for him. He's got a couple of those names in tonight as they are looking to avoid finishing at the foot of the league table and are looking to keep Hume well and truly in that place. Important evening. At the other end of the table now, we had our good fun at the top, This is a good old-fashioned closer, a 6-pointer at the bottom. Amy Whiting's got an early free kick, and Lara Al-Hayek is forced into an early save. Hot and cold season overall for a 1-0 side. Paige Fower finally makes her return to that lineup this evening, and Hume themselves are looking to really finish the season as strongly as they can. You've got to remember, this is a side that can still finish in the top 4 come season's end if they well and truly want to. There's many an opportunity on the cards for this Black Army side, though that's a good read from Karina now too, and the ball was a fraction too far ahead for Paige Fower to make any sort of impact. And if your heart rate is still coming down, we don't blame you. From the game that came before. There's Nuri. Not away from now too. Steered it on for Berry, who sauntered in on her own. Al-Hayek forced into quite a good save from close quarters, really, to deny Rebecca Berry, who had sauntered in. A few available on the Hume bench this evening for Suleiman Mohammed, Isho Haskell and co. Got Mariella Bagang returning, though, in moon boot, part of the coaching staff tonight, without a doubt. They have made one signing, though, dipped into the transfer window to sign Bianca Racinos from Carlton Heart. She made the move over to the Black Army, not only for this season, but season 2 of 2026, so getting integrated into the Hume setup early. Amy Arnott on the bench alongside Lexi Minas and Alice Cow as well. All at the disposal of Hume tonight. And there just seems to be a renewed atmosphere around Darabin as Berry drives at the near post and then flashed across. 3 quick looks for her. Hume starting brightly, though unable to make her way through. Flung long for Foa, wed round by Nuri. We went to clip it round the corner. Eliades then got in the way. Whiting. Berry, Racinos. Berry once more. Again, Eliades there to intervene. There's Nuri. Whiting. Steered it on for Nuri once more. Al-Hayek came a long way and challenged to good effect. Early Hume corner. Countered by a deep side ball. Whiting flashed it across and Berry just couldn't get a flick on it. No, Suleiman Mohammed likes what he's seeing at the moment. Costa Frutis cutting a more pensive figure on the 1-0 touchline. Joined alongside Claudia Damasi on that touchline this evening. She herself adorned in green and gold. In case you're wondering, there is something happening at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. As Al-Hayek went long, Whiting cut it out. Nuri went to intervene. Eliades and Foa worked well, and Paige Foa's in behind. Her effort via a deflection off Berry went out for a corner. (1-0) searching for an opener, perhaps against the run of play. Set for Foa. Lovely turn away from Nuri. Left it for now two to drive. And she drove up and over. Daly directs. Whiting got round the back. That's the kind of ball they utilised last week to good effect. And they got Amy Arnott on the back of. Route 1 not always something that Hume are afraid of. It's a very direct approach. So often it has become a fruitful one too. As again Daly goes route 1 and this time only finds her counterpart who wanted to find Foa in return. Racinos read that well. And then sold off as Paige Foa was in behind and just wasn't able to land a more concerning effort. Daly long, this time into the railing, which has already put itself up in lights this evening. Hume still wanting a bright start. 1-0 wanting to ensure that that can't happen. Eliades didn't keep it on the line. Night of quite a bit of importance as Racines kept it alive, though could only clip it further forward and out of play. And if Hume are to win this evening, not only would it be back-to-back wins since their return, it would take them up above 1-0, would take them level on points with Carlton Heart. Heading into the final day for Costa Frutas & Co, a win ensures they cannot finish bottom, and it will get them back above Heart into the top 4, as Nouri is looking to make inroads. Foa dropped off to good effect. Now Jacobs lost out to Racines. She in turn gave away to Eliades, who cleared no further than Whiting. Nouri looked to work her yards and hit a rather tamed effort at Al Hayek, who flung it for Jacobs. It'll find its way through for Foa. Daly got there. The Rhiannon Jacobs on the follow-in. Steers 1-0 ahead. A smash and grab second ball. Daly dealt with the first as Foa was charging. Though Jacobs with the late run steered into a vacant net and steered 1-0 ahead. And Hume have got a bit to do. They had a bit to do last week too, were able to overcome that. Though for Costa Frutas and 1-0, this is the perfect start to an evening where they can climb back into the top 4. If you've just joined us, you've missed a belter of a night. Aku comfortable over Hart. Fitzroy Vic Lions, a potential decider for the title. We could have had a new queen coronated. We will have to wait one more week. Fitzroy won that 4-3. They now lead the race. And in the final show, 1-0, 1-up. It's now 2 unable to receive it. Suleiman Mohammed with a glance at the clock. Quite the venture out the technical area. Whiting's ball was cut out. They've just done enough to get players in behind. So far of 1-0. Defensively solid, Foa. Now 2. Jacobs momentarily gave chase before realising it would have been in vain. There's Daly. Went to drill it, was cut out well. 1-0 have got an opportunity. It took a little flick on the way, it will be a corner. Jacobs readying to take. Was a good hit from Sabevski, and now 2's effort. Beaten away well by Daly. Another corner for Foa this time. Played away by Racines. Now 2 took over. Jacobs lunged to keep it alive. Rhiannon Jacobs around the lots. And just unable to find a flourishing way through. Daly direct. Arnott couldn't get it under. Jacobs. Now 2. Lovely spin away from Berry. And through Arnott. Jacobs. Went to flick it on for Sabevski. Whiting will see it out of play. Racines. Whiting lost out. Sabevski picked her pocket and Daly denied at the near post. Corner set quickly for Foa, who drove into Racines. Page 4 on the second attempt. Flashed it just wide, though. Paige Foa started the season in incredibly quick form. Hit 7 in 3 before other commitments took over. 1-0. We'll be delighted to have her back in the mix this evening. Troubling for El Hayek. Arnott was battling. El Hayek then palmed it on for Foa, who spun Racines gorgeously and dropped it off for Jacobs. This time Foa from range. Berry wore it flush. Jacobs. Paige Foa beyond Arnott. Stid for Rhiannon Jacobs. This time Racines warding off. And Berry came through to challenge and clear. Costa Fruits is a bit happier with what he's seeing at the moment. 1-0 just starting to turn the screw for a second. Foa cut out by Whiting. Karina now 2. Sabevsky. Too much on it for Rhiannon Jacobs. Daly. Invited to drive a little bit further forward. Clipped it for Racines. A little bit too much on it. Much more tamed, much more maligned start to the show closer. That's a lovely touch from Smith on for Sabevsky. Well read by Arnott. Whiting. Those two work well in combination. Only Arnott on the drive. Now Minas. Arnott, no way beyond Sabevsky. Smith cut it out. Moved it on for Foa. And Paige Foa calmly kept things ticking over. Sadie Smith. Karina now 2. Smith once more. Minas was watchful. Racines then went and won it. Moved it on for Whiting, who was waiting on Arnott's overlap and found her well. Amy Arnott fizzed it across. El Hayek got palms. And Foa is charging. One up with her. Paige Foa went alone and scored a stunner. A searing second for 1-0. And fizzed in by Paige Foa. Scorched beyond. And something special to make it 2. What a hit that was. Just worked hard for herself. Was on a singular counter and speared it low into the bottom corner. And it has given Isho Haskell and Suleiman Mohammed something to think about. Humar 2 down, Humar chasing. 1-0 flying. Is Cow unable to make it further forward. Now Hayek long. Paige Foa, wonderfully done once again. Now 2, Smith, unable to steer for Sabevsky. Mopped up by Cow. Looked to thread for Arnott. Foa intervenes. And ball only found its way out of play. First few Hume changes. Nuri reinstated. Racines now. Steered on for Nuri once again. No way beyond now 2. Lovely read from Karina now 2, who got a challenge in. Steered it on for Foa, whose hold-up play was wonderful and looked to thread it back through. Ball a little too heavy. Daly alert to the danger. There's Foa. Sadie Smith. Well weighted by Foa on the return. Smith unable to steer it wide though. That is what Paige Foa gives 1-0. An entirely different element. Someone who's been able to not only keep possession rolling and keep things ticking, but whose link-up play has been exquisite, as Nuri gave Karina now 2 a bit of a shove. There is now 2 once more. Smith away from Minas. On for Foa, who fancies a go again. That's a magnificent save from Daly, who flung across at the near post. It was whipping late. And it needed a palm wide for a corner. Corner taken for now 2, who got under it. And in doing so, the ball has got stuck up there. That's a real rarity. A real rarity. A little grimace from Michael Ciaris, our third official this evening, just as it had halted. That's one ball lost for the night. Foa and Nuri battling. Foa happy to see it out of play and happy to take it quickly with a switch for Sobevsky. Foot in from Cow, now 2, worked it with pace. Smith unable to get it under. Page Daly long. Nuri took it down, set it off for Minas, who hit one with whip, though with not enough venom to trouble Al Hayek, and Lara Al Hayek fancies a go from her own area. That one, first one of the night, always a bit of a sighter. Direct ball too long. That's the one thing that Daly got really right last week, that is yet really to come to the fore tonight, is that long ball. It was used so potently and so punishingly 7 sleeps ago against Carlton Hart. Got Hume their first goal, just got them a confidence booster. And an avenue to kickstart life at series once more. Smith, Foa, who couldn't shift away from 3. Nuri was there to close the door at the last. And then looked to go on the drive, though lost out to Sobevsky. Foa picked it off. Berry poked it on for Minas. Smith got in first. Foa. Sobevsky. Smith's drive. One which caused Daly duress. There's Cow. And Sobevsky did enough. Cow ran out of room, was warded out of play. Amy Whiting getting ready for reintroduction. Who make a couple of changes. Whiting making her way on. Rebecca Berry dropping off. Here is Whiting. Steered it on for Nuri. Again, couldn't go beyond now too. Louise Hewitt also getting instruction from Isho Haskell. Suleiman Mohammed waiting for her introduction this evening. Side ball left for Berry. And the ball was rolling as she went to go and take it. It's just the little things for Hume so far that haven't clicked in this game. As Foa, no way beyond Minas, got it back from Sobevsky. Looked to steer it on for Smith. Just wasn't quite able to. And for a Hume side who looked well and truly confident last week, just yet to find a groove. Nuri, Hewitt, that's a lovely return. And now 2. Watched it with equal amounts of ease. Hume still chasing this game. Berry from range, it dipped devilishly on Al Hayek, who just waved a palm in precaution. It was a good strike from Rebecca Berry, who was not far away from halving the deficit. Nuri looking to chase down. Foa got him first. Now 2 on for Smith. Foa lunging. Ruby Daig arriving at the back post. Hewitt happy to see it out of play. Hume searching for a way back into this game. Way to halve the deficit, get themselves up and running. Isho Haskell momentarily channeling his inner Marcelo Bielsa. There's now 2. Was charging at Berry. Foa found a way through to Daig. Set it back for Al Hayek, who speared it long in hope more than anything. Hewitt's header on. Nuri couldn't quite keep it alive, and then Smith came across to make super sure. Quick glance at the clock from Isho Haskell. Timeout slip in hand. Wonder if he will look to have a word at some stage soon. Berry on the charge, blazed her effort wide of the far post. Very patient approach since that early flash. Foa got in behind off a chaotic long ball from Al Hayek. Was too long for Hewitt, was awkward for Berry. It was awkward for Daly as well, who came to shut the angle. That's the threat that 1-0 have still possessed in this half. Nuri, again, not beyond now too. Cleared only as far as Hewitt, who went with height for Nuri. Maybe too much height. Opened up momentarily for Louise Hewitt to have a go. It's a good take from Berry. Nuri giving chase ultimately in vain. Al Hayek steered it on for Smith. Those early 2 goals have really settled 1-0. You can see there was a lot of urgency with the way Costa Frutas and co have approached this opening patch of the game. Those 2 goals giving them an opportunity to take their foot off. They played through Foa, which when she's been in the lineup is what they've looked to do this season. Perhaps a piece of the puzzle as to why they haven't been able to showcase some of their best. She's not been consistently readily available. Whiting poked it down the line. It's a good take from Racinos. Now 2 got a flick on the way through. Hume are just starting to build a bit of momentum. Hewitt's take, set back for Berry. Went on the switch for Racinos, cut out by Smith, and Daig dropping in. Hewitt's press a good one. Smith under pressure now too, cleared only as far as Berry, who wasn't able to nod it on for Whiting. Just over the halfway stage of this first half. Friday's final closer on the penultimate match day of Season 1 in 2026. These 2 know there is only 1 to go, and you look at these clubs with 2 very different lenses. Hume have had the pressure off them with that arrival into Series Futsal a little bit early. This run more as an audition rather than the full ensemble, whereas for 1-0 came into the season with a lot of expectation, with the opportunity maybe to be in the top 3 picture. More on that. Lovely touch from Whiting, Berry in behind. It's a good save from Al Hayek, though it will be a Hume corner, and Suleiman Mohammed wants time out. And will get it in the nick of time. They went 2 down early, though Hume have rallied since. As we go to timeouts, it's Hume 0, 1-0 2.
Abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, what, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top 3, sitting top 3 at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nando came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nando signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, like how much we've improved as a club. Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it. When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he goes obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been
returning from timeout for the first time in the evening's final edition. Hume corner taken quickly. Racinos got it from Whiting. It was set back for Berry, who was crowded. Racinos through traffic went to give it a poke, though was not a worrying one. It's a good start to this game. from 1-0, who know that the opportunity for a top 4 finish is still well and truly within their grasp this season. It is Hume tonight, it is Aku on the final day. If they are to win both of those, they would be guaranteed a top 4 finish, which for Costa Frutas is where his team wants to be, rather than where they have been. Hewitt across to deny now 2 away further forward. You think about it for them. Foz Cup winners end of last year. This would be a building block on a couple of series seasons in 2025 that, for them, would be considered as learning curves. Still without players like Sophie McCaffrey, like Selena Danilis, who's missed all of the campaign with injury. You had those two to come back. Claudia Damasi too, who is present on the touchline tonight, though not in the mix. Jacobs, no way beyond Whiting. Berry, Whiting now. Set back for Racinos. Whiting. Amy Whiting will have a drive, and it just didn't quite whip late enough to trouble Al Hayek, though that is better from Hume. Has been a half wet. They had struggled early for rhythm. That's where 1-0 did the damage. 2 up in 5 minutes. Thanks to a Jacobs follow-in and a Foa firecracker. Hume have been building since then. Racinos stung the palms of Al Hayek, who quickly flung on for Smith. Had Berry in retreat. Daly with a firm pair of hands. And a quick fling for Bianca Racinos once more. This way, no way beyond Karina now too. Made the move early from Carlton Hart. Bianca Racinos be a part of the Hume setup this season end of and next season to beyond. Quite the change late on. Fancied a new challenge. And at the moment in a shade of Hume Ruby Red. As Jacobs had no way beyond Hewitt initially. Waited for Daig. Whiting read the drop off and Amy Whiting can go. She's all on her own though. Whiting's effort was blocked by now too, who closed the door and the angle well, which allowed Al Hayek to go and gather. Now Daig tried to shoulder it on. Berry's flick back for Daly just to be short. She speared on for Racinos, whose touch was a little loose. Now 2. Hewitt's challenge on Daig, a good one. Berry, Daly, unable to find Racinos. Still 7 to go to half-time, much to the disbelief of some. It's been a half where 1-0 have gone 2 up. They looked as though they were controlling the early passage of this game. Hume have grown in as the half has gone on. Though still, that goal and that way back has proved elusive. As Berry look to spear it for Whiting and will win a corner via a deflection. Hume having to make the most of the momentum. Whiting's take, Minas let it run for Berry. Racinos spun beyond Smith and then on the slide ran out of room. Just wasn't able to keep it in play. Al Hayek again allowed a bit of a venture. Set down the line for Eliades, who then played 2 with Daig. Al Hayek had already touched it, and this will give Hume quite the opportunity. This a golden glimmer back into the game. Having tested Al Hayek, having been unsuccessful so far, Hume have a chance. Whiting! And Al Hayek got a touch on its way. It's a rather tidy save, will be a corner. Corner taken for Minas. It was crowded with Racinos, which allowed Smith to pick it off. Ball finds its way into touch. Racinos. Rolled on for Whiting, who clipped it for Berry. Gorgeous shift away from Smith. And set for Minas to drive. Alhaya got a palm. And Berry was just unable to saunter in time to pick up the second ball. Daig's header was one where Alhaya was always asking a lot. Quick glance at the clock from Claudia Damasi. There's Daly. Berry. Racinos was met by Daig. Moved it on for Berry. And then gave it away. And all of a sudden, 1-0 had an opportunity open up. Daig did well to keep it away from 2. Whiting was in retreat. And Daly made quite a good stop at her near post. Dropped off for Berry again. Now Lexi Minas. Speared for Racinos, and well done so. Racinos, Whiting. Tried to poke it through now too for a runner which never arrived. Eliades couldn't clear though. Whiting, Racinos! It's a good save from Alhaya, and Whiting just wasn't able to get on the follow-in in time. Rhiannon Jacobs showing early in this game how critical that can be. Berry's challenge, a good one, and then was fouled by now too. Team still in search of snatching one to get them back into this game. 5 to half time in Darebin as Berry. Arnott had more time than she realised and clipped it towards the corner. So it was unworrying for Alhaya. Racinos got a boot in away from Smith. There's Eliades. Smith. Lovely read by Racinos, and it's 3-on-2 for Hume. Set on for Berry. Return for Racinos, and on the slide, she wins a corner. Arnott just made her move to the back post. Ball had a little bit too much on it. Set for Berry, who belted it into Eliades. Hume kept going. Arnott at the back post couldn't steer it towards a scoring area, and Berry belted it out of play, and now Eliades will be able to make way. That was worn full force. Eliades all right. Alhaya resumes things. Smith, good challenge. Racinos once more, who has grown into her Hume debut. One who made a fast start. Hume and Racinos were a little slow out the gates, but she has settled, they have settled. Kind of ending the heart strongly. Cleared by Eliades to now 2. That's a sharp swivel away from Nouri, who was lurking. And guided for Daig delightfully. Minas in retreat. Ruby Daig tried to go the long way round and did so wonderfully. Racinos then into challenge at the expense of a corner. One-nil corner. Smith's take, and Uri with a good read. They weren't able to keep it in. Halfway at 1-0 have just done enough to take this thing out of Hume when it's mattered. It's another example of that. But that's a good read by Racinos, who steered it on for Arnott. Alhaya came and made the save, and then was able to gather 2. Quick release for Sobevsky, who gave it away to Cow. And Nouri was sold short in trying to return it. Sebevsky once more. Again, battle with Nuri, nowhere beyond. Through the legs of Dake. Daly gave the shout early. And direct from Daly. One not utilised well enough for Arnott. He was unable to get there. Good read by Nuri though. Now Cow. Cut out by Sebevsky momentarily. Racinos, Nuri. Alice Cow will make it work and will spin sharply. Tried to set it off for Nuri. Smith was battling. Dake tried to chop out of danger, but only found touch. Nuri, Arnott, set for Racinos. Bianca Racinos was encouraged to shoot momentarily. And tried to thread it. Could have taken the strike on. It's been another area for Hume so far. They just haven't been able to make the opportunities, make the good momentum they've built in this half count. Every time there's been a missed opportunity, they haven't taken the shot on when it's come their way. It's allowed 1-0 in this first half to have quite a bit of comfort. That's lovely from Dake. Sebevsky now. Smith beyond Cow, though not beyond Arnott. Alice Cow twisting and turning terrifically. Couldn't steer it beyond Sebevsky down the line. And the ball finds its way out of play. Round 2.5 to half time. In the first half of the final edition on the penultimate match day for season 1 in 2026, as Racinos on the charge gets Hume right back into the mix. What a way to announce yourself at your new club. Delightful drive on debut, and Hume have half the deficit. And with the end they've made to this first half, it had been coming. A good hit from Racinos. Al Hayek unable to get down in time. Hume have got themselves right back in the mix before the break. Whiting, Racinos, Nuri had it open up momentarily. Smith then got a foot in. Cut out by Sebevsky. Racinos sold Nuri short. Sebevsky had it open up. Foa made the run, was used as a decoy. Daly got down. Nuri unable to steer it further forward. Smith away from Hewitt, and this will favour Foa, who's got Whiting in retreat, who has Sebevsky up with her. Whiting got an all-important flick on it, just to divert it from danger. Sebevsky and Daly then on a collision course for one another. As Whiting unable to make it out for Nuri. Hewitt was robbed of it by Foa, and Sebevsky was on her own. That's a delightful stop from Daly. 95 seconds to half time. Hume have half the deficit. They've got themselves right back in the game. As Paige Daly fancies a drive, and it was one where Lara Al Hayek was neither unbothered nor unsettled. Suleiman Mohammed still instructing. Isho Haskell and Ben Howe on broadcast side, engrossed in conversation. Hume manager and the official, as Hewitt could only find touch. Ball was only just on the line for Sebevsky. Foa took over. Smith. Now 2. Paige Foa hustled well by Hewitt. Foa unable to evade. Magnificently done by Hewitt to slow up. Smith went to slide it. Whiting got in the way. Daly. Whiting. Set it for Nuri. Good challenge from now 2. into the final minute of the first half. Foa dropped it off for now to Sobewski. Now Paige Foa. Her effort via a deflection. Daly prevented the corner cleverly. Did well just to spring across and flung it long for Nuri, who shot on the swivel. Now two was there. Nuri take two. Now two once more. And it broke for Foa, who had Berry in retreat. And a gorgeous ball for Karina now two. To slide beyond Daly and get their 2-goal buffer back. Razor sharp on the break. And with the seconds ticking to the half, 1-0 lands a late script changer, land themselves a really important late look. And again, Hume have it to do. Hewitt is driving. Sadie Smith blocked and then got on, though lost out to Berry. Time is ticking for Hume. Nuri returned it, too much on it for Berry. And there is a singular second of the first half left. 1-0 scored inside the final minute, having been tested. Hume found themselves having a lot of hard work undone. Full-time, half-time, in fact, in Darabin, not quite full-time. It is Hume 1-0 3.
Doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of thing. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we?
I would say Layla Abdul-Latif.
I think Amanda Araha from Fitzroy.
Claudia Fuscalzo.
Oh, I'll be biased. Reed Jacobs, because she doesn't even know what she's got to do before she does it, let alone us. But then from across the league, Alexis from Fitzroy. She's too good. And Karina's alright.
Let me actually think. Fitzroy's white kit.
Which team has the best kit in the league?
Biased opinion, but also Fitzroy.
That's easy, it's us. I'm sorry, it's us.
Not a question, Melbourne AKU.
Liz Air.
I think that one will have to be Layla Abdul-Latif. She would definitely win every time.
Ooh. Layla Abdul-Latif. Baller.
If I was a girl, probably not Layla.
The most clutch player in the competition is definitely Claudia Friscalzo. She is number one for sure.
Sarah Easthope. I'm going to say Amanda Aroha.
I think this player gets underrated a lot, but Rebecca Davis.
Claudia Friscalzo.
Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outside's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nando came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nando.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not, but now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he's got obviously last year.
We return for the final time this evening on the penultimate match day of Season 1 in 2026 from half-time. What a week of futsal it's been already. What a night of futsal we have had. Reigning champions, though, knowing that their crown is to be surrendered for certain next week. Well, they got off to a flyer, and Foa is getting off to a flyer, or looking to do so. Hewitt in retreat, conceded the corner. Fitzroy topple Victoria Lions to the second game of the evening in what was an astonishing second half turnaround to take them top of the table with a game to go. It will all come down to the final day here in Darebin. Hume have got their bit to play. They face Fitzroy in, well, you wonder what late title nerves can do to teams. You wonder about teams that take the lead in the title and then all of a sudden it falls away from their palms. You think of a lot of certain unfortunate events. One that springs to mind is Christian Bull in 2014. That quite a light of infamy. Fitzroy will certainly be hoping that that is not the case next week. It has been a season of hard work for Jimmy Soufas and co. They are now a win away from a first league title in 5 seasons, from reclaiming the throne as queens of the land. We know one thing for certain: the ribbons will be blue and gold, but will they be a Fitzroy tone or more Victoria Lions adornment? In the first half of this game, 1-0 went 2 up in next to no time. Hume clawed one back, though on the stroke of half-time switched off and allowed a 2-goal buffer to be reinstated. That is where we are at on the final game of the evening. Berry is on the march, looked to find Hewitt, and was well read by now too. Louise Hewitt again came across the challenge. El Hayek moved on for Sabevsky. Well, now with a thread beyond Whiting. Good read by Racinos, who got away from Foa. Now 2 then came across. Had a very solid night so far. Karina now 2 has dropped quite a bit deeper than maybe she would have liked at times. Has not necessarily been able to spring forward as often as she pleases, though. Defensively, the way that she's read the game has been superb. Hasn't given Hume many an opening. She is once more. Moved it on for Eliades. Now 2 once again. Whiting just went to slowly close down. Eliades, no way beyond Hewitt. Hewitt set for Whiting. She just peeled away from now 2. Louise Hewitt once more. Racinos. Hewitt, who's given room to drive, had Whiting on the switch and found her well. Whiting thread for Berry, who couldn't poke it beyond Sabevsky. She did tidily, though was unable to find Foa. Whiting. Tried to steer for Hewitt. Eliades was there. Who was unable to find any further room forward. It might be another half of nullification for 1-0, who have struggled to find momentum and form consistently this campaign. Though they may have the draw that might have the biggest say in the title race. Good read by Hewitt in the meantime. Moving on for Whiting. Racinos. Whiting. That go through for Al Hayek. Hewitt got up. Again, couldn't find Racinos. Now two with another good read. Her and Hewitt engrossed in battle. Karina now two gets a foot in. If it stays the way that it does right now, 1-0 usurp. Carlton Hart back into fourth. With one to spare. They face Aku on the final day. Melbourne Aku side have got nothing to play for. So they very well could be eyeing up 2 wins from 2 to close the campaign and a top 4 finish in some style. Racinos battling with Eliades, was only able to clear it forward. So Hayek had options left and right, looked to flick it directly for Foa, and it'll find its way there. It needed a good save from Daly. Almost inadvertently. And Paige Daly's the first bit of real action for this second half. One that she was bought into. Needed a tidy save. Paige Foa did well. Found its way to her. Maybe a stroke fortuitously, but nearly made full reward for such a thing. There's Hewitt once more. Waited on the switch for Racinos. Idea appreciated by the Hume bench. Ball maybe hit a fraction too heavily. And referee on broadcast side, Benjamin Howell, was nearly an unfortunate recipient of ball ricocheting off him. Hewitt's stint comes to an end. Nori reinstated. Send long for Whiting. Found its way to Sabevsky. No way through Racinos. Whiting then came in to lend a challenge, to be sure. Gorgeous footwork from Berry, who moved it on to Nuri. Al Hayek came sliding through the lots and to good effect. Denied Nuri, who was just waiting to poke it beyond and in. It's now 2. Once more unable to advance further forward. Daly. Clipped on for Lexi Minas. It's far too far ahead of Berry. Recovered by Foa. Whiting got a foot in. Paige Foa kept it well. It's a lovely switch for Eliades too. Steered down the line for Sabevsky, who had the door closed and the angle tightened by Berry. Only found the palms of Daly, who speared it on for Nuri. Whiting had Minas on the switch, whom she found. Minas confronted by now 2. Drove it for Whiting, whose drive was not one which worried Al Hayek. Sabevsky unable to keep it. Nuri through the crowd, reset through Daly. That's a gorgeous ball for Minas, who had just held the width. Whiting now. Minas. Had now 2 backing down. Minas ran out of room. First real glance at the clock for Suleiman Mohammed and Isho Haskell in this second half. As Foa with a smashing ball on for Eliades, who's poked it wide of the far post. Inches from troubling the bottom corner. Nuri now the other way, direct from Daly, set for Whiting! Oh, what a save, Al Hayek. Delightful stop. To deny what was a pretty pure Amy Whiting hit. Berry's corner, Whiting across, Al Hayek down at the near post, Foa out, Sobevsky. Paige Foa away from Whiting through the legs of Nuri wonderfully. Foa's on the charge and it stung the palms of Daly, who rolled on for Berry. Hume wanting to go the other way, Whiting unable to steer it centrally. Al Hayek's in a hurry, as is Foa. Berry got a boot in, fell for Sobevsky. Paige Foa. Sized up by Nuri. Good challenge. Sobevsky steered it on for Foa. Sobevsky once again, now 2. Really patient patch for 1-0. Berry and Sobevsky battling and still grappling with one another. Beneficiary will be Foa, who worked a yard for herself and flashed it wide once again. Just looks so dangerous whenever she gets any sort of space to charge into. Was nearly another Foa flash. Eliades cut it out. It then fell for Arnott. Nuri. Amy Arnott. Sobevsky got a boot in. Arnott was not best pleased. Nuri now battling with Sobevsky, who will usher it out of play. And 1-0 and Costa Frutzis are not best pleased with the amount of grappling and the amount of contact that Sobevsky is receiving. Claudia Damasi just making that point too. Down on the touchline as Foa moved it on for Eliades. Referee Ben Howell on broadcast side, having none of it. Here is Sobevsky, steered smashingly for Foa in behind. Oh, that's a glorious save from Daly. Excellent bit of goalkeeping. Well, it was a firmly hit shot from one page and a rather good save from another page. Foa's corner, and Sobevsky wanted to send it back there with interest. As Eliades letting the ball trickle out of play for Al Hayek. Went to fling long for Foa. Tom wasn't able to get anything on it. First time Paige Foa's not been able to make it stick when they've gone direct. A good run from Hewitt, who appreciated the idea from Paige Daly. I wasn't able to get on the end of it. Get Al Hayek long again, wanting Foa. Both sides have looked to go direct at times this evening. That's another good example of it. Daly with real pace, too much pace for Nuri to be able to take it under control. Hun unable to keep it alive. Nuri. Lovely shift away. Nuri went to go beyond the lot now. 2 in return did well. And Nuri in firmly. Racinos had a slip. And the counter went begging. Foa took over. Paige Foa's on the charge. Was met by Hewitt. Rolled it on for Hun. Good read by Racinos. And Paige Foa's just found herself in the right place at the right time, always to enact something this evening. As Arnott this time came across the clear. How's your touch, Costa? Oh, it's wonderful. It is absolutely wonderful from the 1-0 gaffer. There's now 2. Steered it on for Eliades. Oh, glorious away from 2. Eliades on the charge. Unable to trouble Daly, though. That was a delightful run. There's Cow. And Hewitt. Unable to go beyond Eliades, and then we've tested the touch of Costa Frutis. Now the handling is being tested. There's Hayek on for Hunt. Foa's ball was cut out by Nuri, who was in behind. That's a good save from Hayek. That's a really good stop. Terrific, terrific save. Hume corner, Cow to take. Now 2's deflection. Nuri left it behind. It fell for Racinos. Nuri. Set back for Daly. Alice Cow dropped off cleverly. Nuri touched it on for Hewitt, who steered it towards Nuri at the back post invitingly. Hugh Bench appreciate the move. No, still wasn't quite able to come to fruition as Foe was on the charge. Look to place it into now 2's path, tidily read by Hewitt. Foe got it back from now 2. And breeze beyond Racinos. Foe in behind, cut out by Cow. Nuri then came across to clear. Battled with Hunt. Rolled it only to Foa. Hewitt's challenge, a good one. Complete and utter chaos at the edge of the area. And in the end, some way, somehow, Hume clear. Now 2 driving. One 0 just building a bit of momentum towards the halfway stage of this second half. Fizzed into only Racinos, who could not find Nuri. Neither managers issued a timeout just yet. Costa Frutis, you'd imagine, happy with how things are going. Suleiman Mohammed with a glance at the clock. Maybe him and Isho Haskell are about to be the ones to force some sort of issue. Now 2. Threaded for Foa. Racinos was there, well read by Nuri as well, who couldn't poke it on for Cow. Karina now 2. Eliades. 1-0 wanted a corner, which they will not get. Daly found Cow. Minas ready to come back on. Alice Cow had it open up. Karina now 2 went the strike. Nuri let it trickle out of play. And once again, Suleiman Mohammed on a venture outside the technical area, down the touchline. Hume trying to build a way back into this game. Taken by Nuri. Cow came across and just couldn't apply a more potent clip. Foa's touch invited Hewitt. Eliades. And driving, and was out of room. Nuri now, with room to drive. Hewitt had gone beyond. Eliades got a foot in. Now 2 was hustled by Hewitt, who did well. Nuri away from Karina now 2. And now Hayek got a save. And Nuri got the final touch. Once again, they have just done enough in this half. It's similar to the first half where wherever Hume have looked to get up ahead of steam, one have been able to stifle it out in good time. We're at the halfway stage of this second half. And so far, 1-0 are 10 from 3 points. So Nuri is on the drive. Now 2 is there to block. Al Hayek was there to clear. Racines will reset it. Foa's on the press, given away to Eliades. Racines then read it. Nuri, good challenge from Jacobs. Foa then went to take over. Was met by Hewitt, rolled it on for Jacobs. Rhiannon Jacobs with counter charge at, couldn't. Nuri now on the charge. Cal was on the overlap. Now 2 are dropped off. Nuri once more. Oh, really well done. Good run by Racines. Well read by now 2. Dakes had her a little loose, and Hewitt could only steer it into Al Hayek, who fancied a go. And Daly momentarily palmed it up to some peril. Flung it on for Hewitt, whose touch invited Day to go and challenge. That's a lovely spin from Louise Hewitt, who is on a darting run. Now 2 came across, and Hewitt couldn't quite keep it alive. Racines battling with Daig, and then fell for Jacobs. Rolled on for Foa. Flick cut out by Racines, who was charging, and it was momentarily 3-on-2. And Karina now to let the ball trickle over and out of play. Isho Haskell with a glance at the clock. You wonder if Hume will look to make some sort of change, if the timeout could be imminent. Rebecca Berry getting ready. Amy Whiting reinstated. Here is Minas. Racines. Lexi Minas once more. Racines kept going. Good challenge from Jacobs, and now 2. Cal couldn't keep it alive, but could keep it. Racines. Whiting. Went to flick it for Minas, who got in ahead of Daig. Lexi Minas has done fantastically. Jacobs was there to clear. Racines on the follow-up. Steered it high and wide. Jacobs now. Racines couldn't steer it for Cal. Set down the line for Rhiannon Jacobs, who was well marshalled by Cal. Racines, that's a lovely find and a good take from Minas. Whiting, unable to poke it beyond Daig. Amy Whiting kept it. Racines, well read by Foa, who is charging. 2 are up with her. Paige Foa went round Racines, who left her leg in, and it will be a free kick, and for it, it will also be a booking. Isho Haskell can't quite believe it. He's trying almost to bargain with Benjamin Howe. Unsuccessfully so. Unfortunately, that one looked a little bit stonewall. 1-0 have a free kick. Paige Foa's strike. Good intervention from Daly. Daig. Now 2 side ball, drilled towards the near post. And that has clattered in to Paige Daly's can of Red Bull that's kept behind the goal. That is remarkable, as Whiting's on the charge the other way. Set for Berry, who tried to steer it on for Minas. That's astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. Paige Daly cannot quite believe it. The froth mop might be needed, actually. That is quite something. Steered on for Jacobs, who couldn't keep it in play. Daly then goes to deal with it. Chop it off on one of the seats behind the goal. That's fantastic. As Whiting poked it back for Racines, who steered it unsuccessfully further forward. Speared down the line for Foa. Isho Haskell happy to lend the towel. Amy Arnott with a glance at the clock. 7.5 to the close here for Friday night in Darebin. As Foa is charging, Whiting's in retreat, cleared only as far as Jacobs. Now 2. Gorgeous turn from Karina now 2. That's a lovely shift too. Jacobs tried to slide it through for Daig. Whiting read it, though she is on her own momentarily motoring forward. Her and Jacobs entangled. Well won by Jacobs, who breezed beyond Berry 2. Foa out. Kept in close quarters, too close quarters to the touchline. There's Daly. Drove it on for Amy Whiting. Berry. Is there to be a late Hume lunge. Foa cut it out well. Time just starting to become a factor for them. As Foa gave it away, Racines mopped it up, steered it on for Whiting, whose return was cut out by now too. Paige Foa, lovely ball, Daig on her own, under Daly and over the line and in. Berry agonisingly slid in vain. And 1-0 on the break. Maybe hits the Hume brakes. Goal that either side had really had to work for. Second half had become an arm wrestle. It had fallen into stalemate. So that effort trickled over the line, and that might just be that for 1-0. So Whiting is looking to reply with immediacy. Jacobs picked it off. And it might fall fortunately for Foa. Paige Daly came through. Firmly but fairly. Set off for now too. Foa. Daig unable to keep it alive, unable to keep it in. Let me see who it comes back on for a stretch. As Paige Foa as well takes her leave for some time. She's had quite the shift this evening. 1-0 knowing the job is nearly done. Costa Frutas and Co are close to a win that takes them back into the top 4. Laura El-Hayek encouraged to have a go. And it again bounced awkwardly for Daly, who was happy to parry and pick up. Fling long for Whiting, who steered it for Hewitt. It was a glorious ball as well. Nearly a lovely goal in the making. That's a good take from Jacobs. My word. Unbelievable touch from Rhiannon Jacobs. That is something special. Though they've lost out to Whiting. Hewitt. Smith able to get in the way. They poked it on. Good challenge from Berry. You might not see the like of that again. Rhiannon Jacobs inadvertently, while trying to take it down, has just recorded one of the finest first touches you will see this season. As Whiting has an opportunity, had a drive from distance. El-Hayek unbothered. He was not caught that sweetly. 5 to the close in Darebin. This, of course, the kickstarter of a massive weekend. Not just of futsal, as Daig has an open net to stroll into. Daly unable to parry further forward. And unfortunately for Hume, it's all coming undone. For 1-0 though, this are 3 points that takes them back into the top 4. And timeouts issued. Isho Haskell and Suleiman Mohammed fancy a word. 1-0 are 5 from a 3 points that takes them back above Hearts. As we go to a break, it's Hume 1, 1-0 5.
So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we?
Returning from timeout, 5 from the close, 1-0 closing in on the top 4 in a season for them that's been quite topsy-turvy. Costa Fruits is maybe the first to admit that. They could at least have a positive end to it tonight. As it stands, they go back above Carlton Heart. They go back into the top 4. Suleiman Mohammed, Isho Haskell issued the timeout. As Rhiannon Jacobs is on the charge, Daig is chasing a hat-trick and she is up with her. Daly that time intervenes. As Nuri Hewitt unable to steer it further forward. You're just looking at quite a big weekend in this country once again. Big weekend for futsal. As was mentioned in the week on Sunday, big morning tomorrow morning. More so than anything. You look at it this way. In terms of tomorrow morning, if 5 a.m. and the morning that follows is to be a good one, Australia could be looking at the knockout rounds of the World Cup before we even know it, before a week has been elapsed over in North America. The time here, the show is being closed. Nori, that's a lovely flick for Hewitt, who was just not able to keep the effort down. Flung long for Daig, who just wasn't able to get there. Isho Haskell and Ben Howe still in conversation on the broadcast side. Has been quite chirpy all evening as the Hume boss. Nuri is rolling and retrospectively wins a free kick. Nuri's free kick. Human opportunity to chalk one back. Nuri's take, blocked on the line by Smith. Oh, what an intervention. To deny what otherwise was a really, really well taken free kick. Hewitt and Daig battling, and Louise Hewitt gives away a free kick. To a bit of her own bewilderment. Free kick taken with too much depth for anybody to get onto it. As Whiting got in out the back, Al Hayek made a good save. Amy Whiting was fouled. Hume wants a penalty, which they will not get. Oh my. Ben Howe had the whistle to his mouth. He was ready to point to the spot. And then at the last second, decided against it. That is something. Oh, so close to awarding a spot kick, though decided it must have been the last second not to award it. Hume were not best pleased. Daly flung long for Whiting, who steered on for Nouri. Al Hayek again went the long way, that time with a better intervention. Now 2 for Jacobs. Berry got a boot on it. It then felt for Ruby Daig. Berry had a lot of Daig. Those two were grappled. As Nouri's on the counter the other way. Shifted away from now 2. Good save by Al Hayek, though Costa Frutis, Claudia Damazi were not happy about that. And Paige Daly's on a venture. Erin Rhiannon Jacobs collided with one another. The end of this game's rather descended into chaos here in Darebin. Green now 2 side ball. Just fizzed across to the back post. Smith was waiting. Unable to get any meaningful contact onto it. Nouri. Well, he's been quite a bright spark for Hume this evening, as has Hewitt. She's had a tidy game. Whiting, unable to work it further forward. Laura Al Hayek, this time into the banister at DCSS. You heard Costa Frutis exclaim no as she had a hit on that occasion. Something tells me that wasn't part of the plan. As Nouri's on the charge, Al Hayek had a vacant net and fancies another go. This one was lower. It was not so troubling. Good run by Racinos. Set on for Nouri. Racinos again. Had Hewitt vacant at the back post. Not once but twice. Foa's in behind. Daly came the long way. Hewitt had to clear. No further than Jacobs, who got away from 3. Oh my word, what a run from Rhiannon Jacobs, who nearly, oh so nearly, gave us something special with 2 to spare. Speared long by Daly. Whiting. Smith away to clear. Foa, that's a good drop-off. Really well played by Paige Foa. Invited Jacobs, who is motoring and was given a clip and wins a free kick. Late 1-0 free kick. Can they hit Hume for 6? Paige Foa set forward. Karina now too, who crashed it over. It was caught sweetly, though not steered menacingly, as Hewitt and Jacobs collide with one another. There's Foa on the drive! Oh, what a hit! Goal given, and it was thumped in. Just swivel. Oh my goodness me. The amount of power on the shot. That's a belter of a finish. What a hit to round out the night for 1-0. Hewitt in return wanted a drive. Al Hayek gathered, and Lara Al Hayek fancies a venture. Got away from one. Al Hayek on the drive. Has got Whiting to stare at. Al Hayek still going. Her and Racinos battling. Racinos in a rush to take it. Nouri has a vacant net. Also has Hewitt. Blocked on the line by now too brilliantly. Whiting's effort needed a pump. from Al Hayek. We're into the final minutes here in Darabin. Nuri, good save Al Hayek again at the far post. Fell fortunately for Foa, who breezed away from Whiting and lost out to Racinos. Nuri, back for Racinos. Al Hayek denied. Nuri will be there to lash it in. And Hume will at least take one more with them. And it's a little wry smile for Suleiman Mohammed. Hume are able to chalk one back. Lara Al Hayek has taken a venture from goal. There's Daly. Delightful ball for Whiting. Two was there to intervene. Amy Whiting round the lot. Hewitt was on her own. That's a good save from Al Hayek. There's Jacobs. Foa. Page 4 on the drive. Belts it against the post. And the upright is bruised with 15 seconds to go. Foa's corner. Lara Al Hayek, she couldn't have a go, could she? Whiting there to intervene. Deflection off Nuri. We'll let it trickle for Karina now too. And so it'll be the top 4 for 1-0 once again. They head into the final day, destiny in their hands. Defeat Aku and they will be guaranteed a top 4 finish. Defeat will leave it to chance. Daly makes a good save, though it will matter not. A dominant display for Costa Frutis and co. Something massively to smile about. They've taken the lead in the top 4 race, though for Hume it still remains the bottom of the table. Full time in Darabin, it's Hume 2, 1-0 6.